And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Roger roll, Atlantic. Doubling up.
Did you just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes, you bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello everybody, Booster 19 testing. You've all been very patient, I know, but there's no point going live when we first thought we'd be going live, otherwise you'd had about 4 hours now of us waiting for anything to happen. And that would have been quite boring. So what we do is we tend to wait until we get to the point where we know they're getting closer to actually tanking this vehicle, and that makes sense as far as the test today. I have a poll in chat, by the way, asking you all what you think this test will be. I doubt personally it's a static fire test, but you never know. So I'm not going to rule it out. It's very silly to rule things out with SpaceX because SpaceX tends to surprise you when you least expect it. But the poll currently expects a static fire test. Either ways, this is flight testing now. This is Booster 19 with all 33 engines testing. So this is very exciting. As Ship 39 also undergoes its full engine testing at Masses. So good news for Flight 12. Things are progressing. And today is a big milestone for that because they're doing Pad 2 testing with it. Let me introduce who got on with this first of all. First of all, let me thank Jay, the producer. Jay Keegan is producing. I always make sure I thank the producer because I used to always forget to do so. And that's very rude because without Jay, we wouldn't have a stream. The other person we've got on with us is Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hey, Chris. How's it going? So we got some Booster 19 testing, I guess, right?
I hope so. Otherwise, what are we doing going live? We're also joined by Ryan Webber. Hello, Ryan.
Gee, that was. Hey, everyone, how's it going? Yeah, we have Booster 19 testing, or at least they're rolling up the tank farm right now. I was hoping for it to go earlier, but SpaceX, of course, is being SpaceX and doesn't like to make any of us happy. I'll just start off by going into it based off of the start of the methane reclaim vent. If it started like right around 12:15, that means we're expecting a T minus T0, I should say, of like 2:17 p.m. for a T0 or something along those lines. But either way, yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're got pretty used to when they're going to do these tests now after a couple of rounds when Boost 19 was first out.
I'm going to give Ryan and Alex, I've just thought of this. It's not something I planned. It's something I just thought about right now. I'm going to give, and chat as well, chat can join in, and we'll find out who was the most closest. The first sign of frost in the vehicle using Central Time, Ryan. Your prediction, I'm not holding you to it. It's only a guess because we never know accurately. Chat join in. The time on the clock on the top left-hand corner of the stream. Ryan, what time to the minute do you expect to see frost on the vehicle?
Let's see here. I would say about 1:44, 1:45.
No, pick one. Pick one.
I'll go 1:45 p.m.
1:45. Alex, what's your guess?
Can I respond saying I got no idea?
No, you've got to guess. Doesn't matter. I haven't got an idea either, but you can have a good guess.
Let's see. 150. There you go.
150, right. And chat has joined in. This is a live stream, so the actual chat gets archived. That's the good thing about these dedicated live streams. So we can all go back in the future after they finish this stream and look back and see who got the accurate time. There's no prizes available, unfortunately. I'd love it if we could do prizes. Lindsay, we need to talk to Lindsay in the store about doing quiz prizes where a winner gets to get a prize. I think that'd be quite cool. I really do, actually. I'm coming up with ideas on the fly here, but that's something I want to try. Let me thank some people, by the way, because I always make a point of doing this. These streams always get support, and it is never something I don't lose appreciation for, because it really would be a case of it being possible to do these things if we were just basically just relying on YouTube ads as the way it works. That'd be terrible, because there's not a lot of money involved in there. And guess what? These are our own cameras. On land we earn. We have to make money, and it is our support that's allowed us to get to this point. Bit blunt, but it's true. And it really is a point I'm making, because our support is amazing. It's allowed us to get to this point. That's why I always make a point of thanking people like Mr. Mulfey, who gifted 5 Red Team memberships. The Aerospace Engineer 01, what a great username, by the way. When do you guys think full stack of Flight 12 be 2 to 3 week? That's like a Rocky question at the end of it. I'll go to you, Alex, first. When do you think we'll see the full stack for Flight 12?
Early to mid-May. Basically like 3 weeks or so from now, probably. Yeah.
Okay, I can deal with that. Ryan Webber.
I'm with Alex on that one at minimum, because, and I mean, we can kind of expand on it a little bit. Like Booster is going to be out here for at least the next couple of days to eventually build up to a 33 engine static fire. Ship it looks like it did a spin prime last night. And they're going to build up to possibly igniter test tonight, and then, or today. I don't know if that's the LN2 farm starting up, or if that's them offloading at this point. I don't know if Massey's is closed. And then there's also, it's got to do with static fire. So igniter test and static fire. Then they both got to go back and do, there's extra work both still have to do. And then they both have to come back out again and finally ship to the pad, and then do like full stack testing, a wet dress rehearsal, and then we have to see when the launch license will be out and all that other fun stuff. So yeah, I think even launch in like 5-6 weeks. So middle end of May for launch.
Thank you for continued answer, because I had a massive sneeze coming and I just managed to get out. Luckily, I know where my mute button is, but I don't stay muted, unlike some people. Oh, Raptorcide, Elisar, poor Elisar. Yes, very much so. I think, personally, and I am notorious for getting things wrong, but I think SpaceX will want this vehicle stacked by the end of the month. Now, it doesn't mean that the launch is going to be any sooner than we predict it'll be. I just personally think they'd like to have a full stack on the pad and just take their time with integrated stack testing. I don't know if that's the official name for it, but that's what I'm calling it, where they test out the pad 2 systems, get the confidence to where they feel that they've got everything working, the SQD, for example, with a full stack, because you can't test it without a full stack, and then they'll set a launch date. That's what I personally think. Now, would that mean destacking and taking the ship back and putting Starlinks in it? I don't know. I want to keep... Alex, they're still non-operational Starlinks. We're expecting them to be testing with this vehicle, aren't they?
We really don't know, right? Like, they might still try do the dumb links, as we used to call them, right? Basically, the Starlink simulators. We'll see what they do. It's one of the things that we saw on that communications permit where they were talking about sending commands and like signals to suborbital Starlinks, and he was like, what? Right? So who knows? Maybe they're not that dumb. They are dumb, not so dumb links, I guess.
It's a fair point, isn't it? Because my mind went to, okay, what will they put in the ship? Okay, they'll continue putting in the dumb links. We call them dumb links, not being negative at all. It's because they're not working Starlinks. That's the only reason for calling them that. It's not really a technical term or anything SpaceX uses. It's just fun to differentiate between the Starlinks they launch on Falcon 9, for example. They are operational satellites. But then, of course, as I was asking Alex, and Alex backed me up by saying we're not sure, we don't know. We don't yet know what the plan is for Flight 12. So, and remember, this is the first time, for people who are new to this, I'm probably wondering why there's been such a delay between Flight 11 and Flight 12. It's because this is a brand new variant of Starship. This is Block 3. This is Pad 2, the first time using Pad 2, a brand new and completely different kind of pad system. It's also the first time using Raptor 3 engines, the upgraded, very sleek-looking engines that they're using. This is going to be the workhorse for a good few years. Ryan, how long? I mean, because as soon as we get the Block 3, Elon starts posting on X about Block 4. How many years do you expect Block 3 to be the workhorse of Starship for SpaceX?
Probably at least the next year and a half to 2 years. Because once Gigabay is up and running at Starbase, they can start making Block 4 vehicles. The real kicker is they'll need a Block 4 launch pad, because they cannot launch a Block 4 from from either one of these pads. It really depends on where they install the newer upgraded SQD on Pad 1. I kind of think at this point it would make sense to make that a Block 4 pad and keep Pad 2 a Block 3 pad, because you're eventually going to want to switch over. And the SQD arm has to be higher because the booster is almost like 10 meters taller. So I think it'll be at least for a year and a half to 2 years. And then they'll start bringing in Block 4s. And for a while, you're going to have both running until they're probably start chucking the Block 3s away, kind of like SpaceX switching from Block 4 Falcon 9 to Block 5 of Falcon 9, or for that matter, the early days of Block 5 of Falcon 9, where they kind of started switching away from it as they started doing them on expended missions. And that's kind of what will happen, and then they'll switch all the way over to Block 4. I'm still curious if, like, are they going to fly like a Block 3 and 4 ships as they're going? Or we're just going to be stuck with a stretch ship for every single launch? It's kind of an unknown what they're going to do at this point. We'll have to wait and see,
By the way, you can ask questions. It's not just me having random thoughts and going to Ryan Alex. That would be a terrible stream. We do like to make it interactive, and it doesn't have to be a super chat. It can be a normal question. It can be the first time you're in here. You can do it at NSF or at NASASpaceflight. It's always a mouthful to say that. Follow by your question, and that way it doesn't matter if it scrolls off the top of chat, because it'll go into a panel so we can come back to it even like an hour later if we have to come back to it. So ask your question that way, and we'll answer as many as possible. Again, you don't have to make it a super chat at all. The only thing we do like to ask you to do is just pop a like in, because it takes you 0.3 seconds of your time to head over to the big thumbs up thing, click it, and get back on with your day. That's what I always say. The reason for that is it's not monetary. It just helps us with the rankings, because all YouTube channels, especially original content YouTube channels, are fighting all this AI slop and all these shorts that YouTube's pushing. And the only way that YouTube will promote a stream or a site, or even a big channel like us, is if the streams and the videos are getting likes. That's the only reason why we ask for it, because it just helps us fight those terrible channels you're all starting to see in your recommendations, where it's dancing AI bots just basically talking nonsense at you, and sometimes looking quite real these days, which is kind of scary. But there we go. Thank you. I've had a little speech. I like doing a little speech because it's true. It's actually a true thing to say. Chromatic CC is gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you for your support. Mika Originals gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you for your support. That's amazing. Stephen has become a Red Team member. Also, Claire has become a PadRap member. By the way, all member levels have access to the multi-member stream madness, as I call it, which is basically in the community area of the channel. As a member, you'll get to see it. That is like Jay Keegan's screen, almost. You get all the cameras in one go, rather than where Jay is selecting particular views and scenes for the actual main live stream here you're seeing here. But if you want a director's chair of all the cameras we've got pointing at things right now at Starbase, it literally is that. So that's a nice little preview for you there if you want to use that as well. Also, they come in very handy on very big streams. You know, when you get launch streams and you get like the 109,000 people we had in during the Artemis splashdown, for example, chat's impossible, isn't it? Chat's just scrolling like crazy, even with slow mode on. It's just firing away. The members like to go into that multi-stream stream and use that chat room because it's a lot slower. So that's a nice little perk there. Something I didn't realize would be a thing, but it actually is kind of very, very useful for people who do want to get a conversation in with people rather than just seeing chat scrolling 1,000 miles an hour. Questions don't go. Look at this. Can they static fire in the rain? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that was a Jack Mayer 3 seconds before Ship 36 blew up. Let's not go there. We don't want any more exploding ships or boosters anymore now. That's it. We've had our fair shares of ruds. Let's stay with there. Blue Origin joined in the other day with their upper stage in the 2-cat, didn't they? You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off, and they blew the roof off instead. Ken Work. Thanks for the great coverage this past week. Is the tank farm masses also still active? So you kind of touched on that earlier, Ryan, didn't you? Where it looks like they may be reclaiming the methane from the previous tanking.
So when they run that methane reclaim, they could either be offloading or reclaiming it from a tanking test. They wouldn't be running it at this time to do it reclaiming from a tanking test. That's all either boiled off, dumped out, or back into the tanks. Any venting you see over at Massey's, it depends on where it's coming from. Then the LN2 side's been venting a little bit recently. I am trying to see if the vaporizers are running or not to see if they're building pressure. That would be a clear indication that they might get into testing. But there's also a chance that they are just topping off the liquid nitrogen right now. I'm watching. As of right now, it's not looking like it's going in, and as far as I know, it's not closed. But, of course, we'll watch it, because it would be SpaceX of them to test both at the same time. Let's be honest here.
It'd be very SpaceXy. They love doing things like that. A bit of flex, as the kids call it. And they know the new words. Flex. Oh, a bit of flex there. It doesn't really sound right when I say it. Alex, this is quite a good question, because we were talking about this on the Raptor side the other day, about how we've all been for years thinking that SLS and Orion will be the bottleneck for HLS. And then suddenly, Artemis 2 happens, everything goes quite well, to say the least. And now we're thinking, hang on a minute, Artemis 3 is coming fast approaching. They kind of need Blue Origin Starship, SpaceX Starship to get their act together a little bit here. So Orbit asks, what do you think HLS Starship hardware being revealed will look like? I'll rephrase that on behalf of Orbit. What do you think SpaceX will, Alex, what do you think SpaceX will show first as actual HLS hardware to maybe show off that they are hard at work on the HLS?
No idea. I'm gonna be honest, because it might be the cabin itself. Probably, maybe when it's finished, the ground cabin that they said in October that they were building, right, for HLS. That might be, because otherwise, it might not be until we actually see the thing fly, right? And that's basically the way that is going right now. That we don't have a lot of views inside that factory, right? And a lot of the other pieces of HLS, like the thrusters, for example, the landing thrusters, those are probably being tested at McGregor, but it's really complicated to really see which pieces for those are, where are they located and things like that, where exactly they're being tested. There's also the tarp hench, I guess, the big tarp structure at McGregor as well, which has been, for a long time sort of theorized that maybe it's got to do with that interaction with the regolith testing that they were talking about in that update that they gave. I think it was October, November timeframe when that happened. So look, I think in terms of specific HLS hardware, other than what we have seen in terms of like the displays and things like that they showed during the training, right, for astronauts, and the elevator, they have also tested the elevator as well many years ago, actually, with the crew on the EVA suits and everything. So other than what's already been shown, the next thing, I think it's just going to be the full cabin, probably when it's fully built. Other than that, or like directly during flight, right, like rolling it out for testing. So we'll see. That's a tarped structure there at McGregor.
I was gonna say I can see two ways. Well, you kind of, or I guess three, because you kind of mentioned one of the other ones. I could see them all, maybe during the Flight 12 or Flight 13 streams, they show off that they're building an HLS prototype. It's in the process of getting built. The sections are, and they'll stack it at some point here this year. Or B, we won't see any posts at all, and all of a sudden we'll see a bare nose cone and payload bay with window cutouts, thruster cutouts, and everything roll from the factory barely roll for the factory into Mega Bay 2 for stacking. Like, oh, that looks like HLS. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they did it, to be honest.
I've
And
got
to
a
be
good idea.
fair,
Go on, Alex.
yeah, I was gonna remind people that, you know, the HLS specific hardware is, compared to how much other development they need to go through, it's minimal, right? Like, I am more focused and more sort of wanting to see very basic things such as Flight 12, right? Debut version 3, get all of those new capabilities that they are able, or supposedly are able to get with version 3, get that ship into orbit, and then do the refilling transfer, right? Without those, I don't care if you've got a cabin for the HLS, I don't care if you've got the displays, you're trading the crews, the elevators, I don't care that you've got all of that prepared and tested and you know, trained or whatever. Without those technologies, you cannot get to the moon, right? And so I'm right now much more focused on the bigger picture of get the ship into orbit, get it to work, right? And then get the refueling. And hopefully, with enough good luck, they might be able to get that during the next year or so. So let's hope for that.
Right, so I've got an idea. This is what I'm full of good ideas today for some reason. I know what's going on. That means I'll have no good ideas for the next 7 days. Why don't we check? Because Starbase Live is shown on big screens inside Starbase production site. We know that for a fact because we saw it on Jay Leno's tour. We saw it on Tim's tour as well, where they've got big screens up with their own internal cameras and they've got a few screens with SBL up. They're literally watching SBL in full screen now, so they're not reading chat, so don't get carried away in chat saying, hello, SpaceXers. They've got it full screen, right? Why don't we, when we know it's like a prime workday time, we just blank out the screen and say, hi, SpaceX, can we have a tour look at your HLS hardware? And just leave it on there for 5 minutes. Leave a little phone number at the bottom, right?
Hang on,
and then,
Jay, where's the Telestrator link?
and then we get ring. Hi, this is Miss Shotwell. I saw your sign. But like, we're there in 5 minutes. Caesar, Colleen, Gage, get in the car. You never know. Hey, it might work. You don't try it. No, I'm joking. Right, so anyway, back to normal questions. Artemis Space asks, will they paint the bottom of Booster 19 before flight? Ryan, people are confused by this aft of Booster 19 because it looks rather bare. I mean, part of that's by design, but also is that a flight configuration? Will they do some work on that yet?
They might paint it. They might not. We'll have to see if they paint this booster or if they paint 20 or 21. I don't really know yet. They may put more patches on it once they're done putting it together. But I will say the one patch of black paint they already have is already peeling and chipping. So I don't know how good the paint will be in the long run. But yeah, it's. They may paint it, they may not. I know everyone's itching to see it completely painted and covered in black paint and have that nice like thermal protection layer, but it might not have it for 19. So, you know.
Very good. Charles, I can't pronounce the name, beg your pardon. It's not your fault. It's YouTube doing the names for some crazy kind of like reason they have reasons for. No horse chat. That's a reference to me earlier where I kept on delaying the stream because nothing was happening and people were getting a bit annoyed by it. So I started giving people horse facts because that's what I do. Yeah, no horse stream on this mainstream. No horse chat on that. I gave you some good horse tips, didn't I? I must admit, some people who got horses were kind of agreeing. Anyway, moving on. We've got a new PadRat member. Welcome. Korn wants to know, will the percussion knock the sign over? Right, so we're talking about static fire maybe, or the gateway to Mars sign. Right, I know you've mentioned this before, but that gateway to Mars sign that's returned, is that in the firing line of either A 33 engine static fire test, or B, an actual launch itself?
It might get grazed by the exhaust. It depends on how much the exhaust plume out of the trench expands and how quickly it does. It might get grazed. I mean, we'll find out, right? Find out.
Yeah. Shabbat just wants to say, what up, nerds? in a super chat. You could have asked a question if you wanted to, but I really appreciate your support either ways. Agent with, I'm confused, is this Starbase or Vandenberg? Ha ha ha. The fun thing is, Ryan, maybe you can help me out here because I've got this in back of my head as well. Is the tank farm far more venty now with Pad 2 systems than it was with Pad 1? Am I seeing things differently? Or I've just not been have we had such a gap between tests of the tank farm that I've just lost track of what it used to be like? To me, this seems a lot more active than if Pad 1 ever was.
Well, they're doing things a little bit differently. So back on Pad 1, what they used to do for the chill down exhaust and like the Pope vent exhaust is basically the same. What the methane reclaim vent is doing is the same. That's the vent that's all the way on the left. The two vents in the center, however, those used to just be shunted they would be shunted overboard, or at least I should say the vent all the way on the right would just be dumped over into the grass and have just vent lines out, and that's where you would get the massive cloud around the pad because they were just dumping nitrogen and LN2 just out. That's all they were doing.
Now,
This
instead
time,
of that,
though,
they've got the fans, right?
yeah, there's a pair of fans and a box. These fans pull air in to go up through the box, and inside that box are 3 exhaust ports for the 3 separate subcooler chains. So there's a big subcooler and 4 smaller subcoolers that are tied into one exhaust vent. That's for booster, and then there's a third one which is for ship. And then what goes through the middle of it is the LOX pump chill down. All of that is basically put into this one fan. So rather than having a concentration of LOX or LN2 or just nitrogen that's floating around and out in the wetlands, they just dilute it with air is all they do. And then it just goes out in one big cloud, and then it eventually just all evaporates into the atmosphere. The middle vent is the booster subcooler vent. That's a little bit more powerful this time around because they have more subcoolers. Same thing along with the LOX side, they have even more subcoolers this time around, so there's more LN2 going in. And that vent's a little bit bigger than it was back on Pad 1, and it's a single vent rather than like 2 vents. So the reason why it looks bigger is because they are putting more LN2 through because they have more subcooling capacity, and they're also trying to dump it up into the atmosphere rather than like out onto the open area. So
Imagine if they had what they had earlier, right? That was like a carpet of clouds around the launch pad with the increased nitrogen that they're using, right? Because it would have looked very much like Vandenberg, yeah. Now it's Vandenberg, but up because they have the fans, right? And so it not only dilutes, but it also pushes up the venting instead of, all being concentrated and sort of accumulating near the ground, which, mind you, it might also be a concern in terms of safety, right? From a safety standpoint, if you have that pooling up near the ground, then when people return to the pad, that's not great because it's a nitrogen-rich atmosphere rather than being also with oxygen, right? Air is like 70-something% nitrogen, but if you've got nearly 100% nitrogen, that's not good because you have a very little percentage of oxygen. So yeah, not great for safety either.
You'll see a big cloud on the ground there, like right around that tower area. They installed basically a chill down vent line that hooks into one of the liquid oxygen lines, I think, or something, and it goes up and over the blast wall that they have there, and they're dumping, I think, LOX out as a chill down. It's kind of that was a mid addition to all the testing last time around. I have a feeling that'll probably get rerouted at some point, and this is just kind of a temporary thing. But it's a much better designed tank farm. Basically, you compare the two setups, and it's almost like SpaceX really like talked to like chemical engineers and people who understood cryogenic systems this time around compared to kind of MacGyvering a system on their own last time around.
To be fair to Vandenberg, the last number of Falcon 9 launches from there have been kind of clear days. I must admit, I can't remember the last time we had a fogged out launch. It wasn't that long ago because it's kind of often, but recent ones, I seem to think from memory. I'd have to go back in my feed and look at what a Bandicammed, but they seem to be quite clear days. So fair play to Vandenberg for sorting the weather out. Let me thank some more people because we do get a lot of support, and I always want to make sure I never miss anybody out. Bideford, for example, one of our absolute regulars every single stream. It certainly seems like every single stream, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I'm done with work for the day. Yeah. Hi, Alex, Chris, Ryan, and everyone have missed out. Praying for a perfect day today. Yes, question mark. Well, a good day would be a fully frosty booster. Everything go well. A little bit of a spin prime out of the aft. You never know with a static fire. I'm not going to rule it out, but I'm expecting a spin prime personally. And then they detank, the road opens, everyone goes home happy. That would be a perfect day for what would be the first test day with all 33 engines on the aft of Booster 19 for the first day of testing. Remember, there's going to be a lot of days of testing, and we will eventually get a static fire test. That's the full expectation. That's what we're used to. So that hopefully will be the case. Andrew's got a horse question. How many hands high is Booster 19? I have to work this out. 18 hands is 6 foot. I learned to ride on a Frisian colt called Brigadier. He was 17 hands high. He was a huge, huge horse. Hilarious. He could tell the time. Every day at midday, he would scrape his bowl on the floor because he wasn't being fed. I'll bang on the door. I'm not even joking. It was like within a minute of 12 o'clock, he could tell the time. How many hands? So someone work it out. It's 4 inches per hand, and then work out the height of the vehicle, and someone let me know how many hands that is high. We'll have to ponder that too long. It's not a critical technical question there. RDS, the people that said the SLS launch was the greatest thing they'd ever seen are going to actually pass away when they see Starship Artemis launch. Now, that's not even derogatory towards SLS, because I'm sure that is still taking into account that the SLS launch was visually fantastic, and it's a huge rocket in its own right. It really is. Of course, Starship is bigger and more powerful. That's a fact. Now, I've seen renders of the HLS Starship launch, the white vehicle and everything. It does look absolutely incredible. So chat, join in, and I'll go to Ryan next. If you put SLS, let's say the Block 1 Plus with its Center V, right, next door, on the next door pad to the HLS Starship launch vehicle, which one of those two vehicles would your eyes be more aglazed towards?
I would say Starship because SLS is going to launch. It'll separate its solids. It'll go through its core stage. Starship will go up, hot stage separation. The booster will boost back and get caught back on the tower while the HLS ship goes up into low Earth orbit and whatnot. Now, what I really, really do hope, and I truly do hope NASA and SpaceX time this, I hope HLS Starship and SLS are out on the pad at the same time. I really hope so. And hint, ULA have a Vulcan out there at the same time, and hint, New Glenn, Blue Origin have a New Glenn out there at the same time, and Stoke and Relativity, you need to have your rockets out there too, and for good measure, put a Falcon 9 out at 40 as well.
Every single rocket.
For good measure.
And a Falcon Heavy at 39A, because why not?
Oh my word.
All
Do
the
it.
rockets.
I want to see the line of all the rockets, don't you? Like, I want to see that.
I'd like to see it, but it's never going to happen.
Chris, you say that, but you know that 2410 that we just ran for Artemis too?
Yeah.
I can bet that in a few years we're gonna have to start having like a 24/7 or rather 24/365 or something like that, like continuous live stream of all the launches, because it's gonna be quite active. I guess we technically already have a 24/7 stream for the Space Coast, right? But
Everyone
you know
gonna
what I
see-
mean.
Like,
All I'm picturing, Ryan, is Fast and Furious. where Vin Diesel and Kurt all go to some car meet, and they're all there doing the bouncy wheels things and what have you.
man.
All these rockets lined up from all these companies with all their engineers and the pads all lined up and like waving at each other from across this space coast. Oh my goodness. That'd be incredible. It's probably never going to happen, but it'd be incredible.
Just think about it. We were within 2 weeks of having New Glenn, Atlas V, Falcon 9, and SLS all at the pad at once. We were like within 4 weeks of having a Falcon Heavy out there as well, too. Of course, because Falcon Heavy, Viasat 3 is supposed to be out by the end of the month. And New Glenn should be launching relatively soon, maybe in a couple of days, or something like that. But either way, we were so close to having New Glenn and SLS out of the pad at the same time. It's just New Glenn wasn't ready.
When do we think? It's asking a lot because we don't know dates here. But is there a chance Artemis 3 rolls to pad 39B and Starship could be ready by then? Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? There's every chance. Yeah, it could be on 39A. So there's a chance of SLS rolling out while Starship is on 39A.
Yeah, like the HLS that is supposed to rendezvous with Artemis 3, I hope that is stacked on the pad at 39A while, even while they're rolling out SLS. Because imagine that rollout and it goes by 39A, because you're viewing it from the VAB and it does that turn by, and then all of a sudden you see SLS there, and then you see the rocket it's going to rendezvous with. It's like the Gemini days again. It's like, oh yeah, there's the rocket it's going to rendezvous with, and at that point it'd be like 2 weeks.
Alex, it's your time. The tank farms.
Not yet.
Oh, I'm going with Jay Keegan's backroom talk here. The tank farm just died down. Let's hit it.
I'm just switching now.
What milestone would this? Where does this put this? Yeah. What does this mean to the uninitiated? They're going.
Ryan,
well, that's interesting, Chris. The tank farms died down. Is that good or bad? What does it mean? What does it mean, Alex?
Ryan, you handle that better. I just think they're probably changing tanks, right, for the methane reclaim system.
They're between the subcooler vents. They're just cycling, they're basically keeping temperatures in the subcoolers as well as the lines as they're chilling all the way to the pad. Based off timings, we should see prop load in about 20 minutes or so. At that point, you will see the box fan vent and the middle vent, which isn't really that active right now, and that's the booster CH4 subcooler vent. Both will go basically nuts and have a ton of pressure behind them, and that means they're flowing a lot of liquid nitrogen through the subcoolers, and they are subcooling lots and lots of liquid oxygen and liquid methane.
Very cool. Again, we're looking at predictions. We did go back to prediction times, and we're now on 1:25 p.m. Central Time. We might not be too far away if the predictions hold. In the meantime, Mayflower has become a launch director member, which is pretty much one of our top levels of membership ever. That's incredible support. Thank you for doing that, because that means you're really a very supportive person indeed. Oh, Bideford's got the answer to the horse question. Starship is 712 hands in horse height. That's a lot of horses. Very cool. Thank you, Bideford, for working that one out for us. Anush wants to know, how are we feeling about V3 or Block 3? Do we think the upcoming flight will be better than Starship Block 2? Do we think SpaceX will start leading again with HLS, especially Blue, seemingly having an anomaly? Wow. Okay, so lots to digest here. I'll start with Alex and take whatever you need from this, and we'll probably bring Ryan in as well. So, Block 2 to Block 3 success rate. How does this put SpaceX on a trajectory to being the first for HLS, given that Blue had an issue?
I think I know who this person is. Hi, Anush.
Yep.
Yeah, I recognize that as well.
Yeah. So for people that might not be aware, by the way, I saw a few people that had not seen the issue that Blue had with their second stage. So they were basically testing a second stage for a future flight for New Glenn. and it blew up on their test stand. So more like a test building, but it's a test stand inside of a building, basically. So yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do any of this. It's gonna take time. I don't think the timelines will be met. I said it the other day with Max that I want to believe, but I also have my realistic side that says these timelines are too unrealistic, right? And yeah, I don't think either will be ready for 2027. I'm gonna be blunt here with that. However, I do want to happen. Like, I want at least one of both to have a lander that can at least go to low Earth orbit and be fitted with all of the crew stuff and everything. Basically, the one that they're going to be using for the crew landing on the moon, and be able to do what they really need to do on Artemis 3, which is that test with Ryan, right? So how are we feeling with version 3? I really want it to succeed, right? I wish, SpaceX and Starship teams all the best. Same with Blue Origin as well. I really want there to be those 2 lunar landers having a lot of opportunities to go to the moon. Who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want to feel again like what we saw with Artemis 2, that flight to the moon and back, now all the way down to the surface, right? Who doesn't want that sort of thing? I just think the timelines are probably going to stretch a little.
Yeah, Ryan, thoughts?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Alex on that one. I think it's possible for SpaceX to be ready within like, what is it, 14, 16 months for Artemis 3 or something along those lines. It's possible, but it depends on like every single flight of Block 3 going perfect. As you know, I think I feel pretty good about this version, this block, with how much testing they're doing with it. They're doing far more testing with this version than they have ever done with any other vehicle for the Starship program. They have made several different test tanks. They've even revived test tanks that they've had damaged, reinforced them, and then put it back in the Super Crusher. It's B-18.3. They collapsed the unpressurized section below the common dome. They cut it out. They put a new section in, and now it's back in the Super Crusher to do some grid fin testing, some crush testing, and everything like that. And it's impressive. I'm glad to see them doing all this testing, and especially with the vehicles themselves. They're not going like straight into a static fire. They're taking their time. They're doing a tanking test. They're doing a spin prime. They're doing an igniter test, and then they're doing a static fire. Is what they did when Booster 19 first came out. I'm curious to see what happens next with 39. I would assume it would be an igniter test next to test the igniters and stuff, especially with the RVACs. And then they do maybe a single engine static fire and then a 6-engine static fire. Probably like that simulated deorbit burn kind of thing, because they haven't done that with Raptor 3 yet. So you probably want to at least try that on the ground. And it's nice to see. But again, they need to start launching, and they need to be perfect to really make the timeline that they want to make. I don't think Blue will make that timeline. I don't know. I mean, it really depends on how Blue Moon Mark 1 goes. That's going to be a big if. Always trying to land something on the moon the first time is not easy. It's been shown that a lot. But Blue Origin and SpaceX have some of the best guidance, navigation, and control software engineers in the world. So if they're 2 companies that could probably figure it out on the first try, I wouldn't really bet against them on that one.
Yep. We're getting closer and closer to tanking. A lot of people maybe just joining now. We're up to 7,800 people. Wow. On a Sunday for a Starship booster, probably spin prime test. I mean, that shows the interest has not waned at all as far as the Starship program goes, and thankfully that's a good thing, because this is a very exciting rocket. More thanks, by the way. Flying Monkey Fun has done this twice with a $10 tip. Sunday Fun Day woohoo. Thank you for that. When I read these things out, it just makes it even weirder. But it's actually very nice support, so I do appreciate it. Woodworker Don, NSF equals nerdy space friends. Well, we haven't. I don't mind that either because we do have a really good community. I've watched our community times where I've not been typing in chat, but I've had it on the screen because I've always got Starbase Live up, for example, on one of the monitors. And chat's always a really cool place to hang out. And I've been on the streams of different subject matters, and it's usually fighting, usually heavily moderated because of the fighting, and it's just not a fun place. Our community, and maybe I think it's a spaceflight thing, they tend to be really cool places and cool communities. They really do tend to be that. S.E. Robinson Jr. has gifted Fire Red Team membership. Thank you for that. Stuart, happy Yuri's 19 SF crew, my fellow space nerds. Indeed, emoji. Cornbread, that's the construction sign, isn't it? Off to the right. Ooh, which screen would that have been? Is that on maybe on the roadblock one? I'm trying to work out. We'll look for it because there's many signs there. It depends which camera you were looking at while you were posting that. Space Perp as well, bless this test. Thank you, Space Perp. It wouldn't be a good test without a blessing from the Space Perp. Very much appreciated. Starwing, is it possible to do a spin prime test right into a static fire test? So, while they tend to do a test like a spin prime with a full tank and then detank and then road closure ends because they open the road, that's the end of the test day. There's nothing to preclude, Ryan, is there, where they could do a tank in, spin prime it, and then recycle for a static fire test?
Well, the thing is, a recycle in this case is detank the entire rocket, retank it, and then go for a static fire because vehicle propellant temperatures are a thing. When you're dealing with Starship and especially like Falcon 9 as well, they like their propellant temperatures to be exactly where they want them to be. And if they're too high, the engine's not really exactly that happy. So basically, if they do a spin prime and they wanted to do a static fire the same day, they would have to detank the whole vehicle, depress it, recycle the tank farm, retank the vehicle, and try again. Which... Yeah. They haven't done something like that in a long, long time, and I would say they won't do. I'm confident that they will not do that.
What's been like 4 or 5 years since the last time they did that, right? Ship 20, right? Was it?
Something
we
like
talked
that,
about it. Yeah, when Booster 19 was last tested, like the last round of testing when it had 10 engines. Now it has all 33, right? Last month, it got the 10 engines, and we're talking about this thing, right? Where it was like, look, the window is long enough that they might try, but one thing is having the capability, and another thing is whether they will want to do that. Because the purpose of this testing is not just, oh, let's fire the engines, and if it works, right? You also want to analyze the data. You want to have a little bit of separation in time to be able to look at the data. There's a ton of things that they have to go through, right? As you can imagine, 33 engines, each engine has 2 pre-burners, it's 2 pumps and everything. Like, it's a lot of things that they have to go through. And so I can imagine that if they were to do, for example, today a spin prime, then they probably will want to have at least 1 day of separation, right? But as Ryan was mentioning, I wouldn't be surprised if they also do other kinds of testing, like igniter testing and things like that. We saw that as well when they did the 10 engines test campaign, right? Last month. I wouldn't be surprised. And they have like 4 different road closure windows for this round so far, and they could ask for more in the future, right? So who knows? We'll just in a wait and see situation here. We're here for the tank watching, basically. And look, if we get a static fire, better, right?
Yeah, all the bonus. Again, I'm happy because we've got a flight vehicle out on the pad. We've gone through several months of no vehicles on the pad. In fact, we've had no pads. We've had pad 1 being taken down and pad 2 being constructed. So it's not even they couldn't have put a vehicle on there if they tried. But now we've got a fully complete pad 2. This is exciting because I do love this pad. I really do. I've said it on Raptor Sides many a time. It's my go-to thing with Roger because it just looks like, and chat, help me out here because I sound like I'm monotonous in saying this, but I do think it's true. Pad 2 compared to pad 1, it's night and day. Pad 1 worked. They got 11 flights out of it. The first one was a rock tornado, but then they put the upside down shower head in and everything was great. It worked. So fair play to Pad 1, but it did look now, in comparison to what we see with Pad 2, very, as I say, janky, which is kind of like, just put together. Whereas Pad 2 looks like a proper pad. I do have a question. Forgive me if I can't find a person. I might be able to find them. Oh, no, I found it. Brian asked, if the pad is approved after Flight 12, well, let's say if it goes well with Flight 12, everything goes well, how many launches could we see until the end of 2026? Because, Ryan, they'll all be Pad 2, won't they? Pad 1's not going to be ready in 2026.
Oh, Pad 1 probably won't be ready till end of next year, end of 2027 or something along those lines, if anything. Amount of launches this year, it's been kind of a back and forth thing, but I'm thinking 4 to 5, and we might get one from 39A. It really depends on how well Flight 12 goes and how quickly they can speed up production. Because I know one thing, the aft section of those boosters, for Block 3 boosters, they take a while. They certainly take a while to make. They're incredibly complicated. They're probably the most complicated piece out of the entire vehicle by far, especially with having to integrate 33 engines with landing tank plumbing off the transfer tube, plumbing out of the main tank, and everything like that. They take a while, and I would be curious to see how quickly they can make those and how quickly they can make boosters, so they can rotate boosters out in terms of refurbishment and everything like that. But I think 2026 is going to have a low launch count, but hopefully 2027 is where it'll pick up.
Yeah, Active in chat says CSI Starbase is a great breakdown of Pad 2. Yeah, absolutely. That CSI Starbase is meat and butter. Meat and butter? That's even a real phrase. Bread and butter. There we go. I don't know where I have no idea where that came from my brain, but that's his thing, very much so. So that was always going to be a good video, and it is. Admiral asks, have you ever looked in putting a camera on the Mexican side opposite masses? Where did the fire break? I'm sure we probably have. I mean, we've got a team of people involved in the back, responsible for all the kind of like the camera projects we do, what have you. A big shout out to Dan, for example. Real clever technical people who know what they're doing with all this very technical hardware, which is, you think it's a camera stuck on the ground on a tripod. It's not. I mean, some look like that, but they're not. They're proper like control panels, solar power batteries, and all manner of things I don't understand. All manner of things I don't understand, so I won't even talk more about it. So I'm sure they've looked into that, but there are rules to follow, including at Starbase. And the rules we always make sure we apply to. We work with SpaceX on things like where we have our cameras and what have you, and sometimes they want to do some work in an area or move a camera, things like that. You always work with them. That's the only way to do it. You got to work with these people because you're filming what they're doing. Yeah, it's on some of the cameras on our property and what have you. We can, we have that right, but we'll still work with SpaceX, and we always have done, and we always will do. The Mexican side wouldn't be SpaceX, would it? But I don't know what the rules are over there. I'll find out, because I'm sure it's probably come in conversations and see what they say. I'll let you know about it as well. Jay French wants to know, will we get decals present on Ship 39 for Flight 12? I hope so. I missed the decals. Alex, the last flight didn't have decals, did it? I can't remember seeing decals on Flight 11.
It did.
Did they?
It did.
On your back?
All right. I want a decal on booster. Please. We haven't had that yet.
Why am I thinking it was not decals on Flight 11?
I don't know, but they had them on. They had S38 on them.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I just can't remember. I remember complaining there wasn't decals on one of the flight vehicles. Maybe it was, I don't know. Maybe to put them on afterwards or later on in the processing flow.
Pretty sure it was Flight 10, because I remember very distinctly Flight 10's or S37 was rolled out of Mega Bay 2, and it sat in the ring yard for a bit. And it was just going to be just before they were supposed to roll out in the middle of the day. And they basically pushed
decals in the rain.
No, they were trying to install the decals. It started to rain, so they stopped and didn't install the decals. It rolled out and stacked with no decals on it and launched. You could see in SpaceX's pictures, you can literally see where they cleaned the areas to put the decal on, and they just never did because it rained when they were going to do it, and they just never decided to do it. So
I've got to be careful with asking Alex about timelines because apparently Pennycat Laura said, Chris, when Chris said, Alex, oh, it's time, my Alexa told me the time. Oh, dear. So my accent is sounding like I'm asking. I won't even say it because I'll definitely ping people's devices if I said a word. So I'm very careful about how I say Alex because Alex, I've got a question for you, which is perfect for you. Can you conceptually explain why, for example, the Orion capsule went from the first plasma to the water in less than 13 minutes, but Starship takes 21 minutes? Why not do more aggressively?
Oh, because that's the whole point of Starship. It uses its own body to maintain itself higher up in the atmosphere for longer. So it's got relatively more shallow trajectory than Orion, and also it uses more lift to be able to keep itself in the higher part of the atmosphere. So it also decelerates slower because it doesn't encounter the thickest parts of the atmosphere any earlier, right? Orion does use a little bit of its lift. We talked about this when we covered Artemis 2, that it uses its lift a little bit to sort of get into a lofted trajectory of reentry, not a skip reentry like, for example, Artemis 1. But for Artemis 2, they still did a bit of a lift there, and so that allowed it to still be much much lower Gs than, for example, Apollo missions, which took much less time to re-enter.
Very cool. Delta, look at this. I work on the booster team in Mega Bay 1. We have your streams going on all of our TVs all the time. This booster has been fun to work on. Field Booster 20 will go way faster. That's very cool. Thank you for popping in. We do know SpaceX, as you can imagine. So we did know that before we saw it. It was just nice to see on a couple of these like videos, public videos, where we can actually tell the people, look, this timestamp shows SPL on the big screens. I know we're on screens at Hawthorne. I know we're on a couple of screens at the control center in McGregor, the MGL screens, which makes sense because it's extra camera views for them, so it works for them as well. I don't know about Space Coast. I'm yet to find that out. But the launch control centers will have enough TV screens as it is, you'd expect, without needing any, like Space Coast Live Port Canaveral camera. They don't really need it, do they? But I know for a fact we're on Starbase cameras, which is so cool. It really is a real cool thing. But thank you for popping and saying that as well. People still don't believe me. I've got timestamps in. So Jay Leno's video shows guys working on a Raptor, and it literally is Starbase live on a big screen behind them. Really cool. Thomas Conn, do we think Raptor 3 is reliable enough yet for a full 33 engine ascent? Good question, but the static fire kind of like helps test that, doesn't it? That's the reason for a static fire, Ryan. They're going to fire up eventually, maybe not the first time round, but eventually they'll go for a 33 engine test. And those few seconds of testing will give them enough data on what they feel the performance is like with all 33 firing together.
Yeah, it'll give them a decent amount of data to help, make sure all 33 engines are working the way they're supposed to. They're going to get all the data they can out of that, but nothing beats a test flight. I think Raptor 3 is reliable enough. They have spent more time testing this engine than they had R2. For anyone who remembers, they announced R2. And then it was only like a few months after that they started to put it on boosters and whatnot, and started to test it, and then they flew it. They kind of rushed Raptor 2 into service because they needed a better engine than Raptor 1.5 in order to fly full stacks. So they did that, but Raptor 3, they have literally taken, I think it's been at least a year and a half since they announced the thing of R&D to test it and everything like that, and work out the kinks, make sure it's good to go on the test stand, and then they're taking their time working on it on the vehicles as well before they even launch it. So I think it should be pretty reliable.
This is so cool, right? Since I mentioned the SPL on big screens, Astro Grags joined in. Space Coast reported in. We watch. Stargate Pioneer has gone. You are on a screen in the Space Force too. US Space Force goes on. That's credible. I mean, that is so cool, by the way. I mean, it really is. I'll tell you why it's super cool. It's because I started NSF 21 years ago as a news site and a forum, just a news site and a forum. This is before YouTube was a big deal anyway. We just carried on like that for years, and we got a big audience from it. And then Starbase started up. We had Mary and Nomad out there. originally from the day one before I even started doing the SpaceX stuff there. And we got the early the first live stream was that Raptor cam, wasn't it, from Nomad? I think it was just like on a pole or something, and it didn't really show much apart from the solar arrays they used to have there, and the tent, which is where they were building Hopper, which we call Water Towers Can Fly. Tim does that thing, Water Towers Can Fly, because we all thought they were building a water tower, and it was a mold to build Star Hopper around. It was amazing. So long story short, Mary started sending clips to the forum, little video clips. And because everyone was like, this is Starbase, this is really interesting, we're getting to see what's going on at Starbase, everyone was downloading and hot linking it and what have you, and it was killing the forum. The forum couldn't cope with it. So I said to Mary, I said, can I put these clips on YouTube and we'll just embed the YouTube videos? And Mary said yes. And that's where the channel came from, just as a relief to the forum. Not any other reason. And then we started finding quite a lot of people watching these videos. And we thought, hang on a minute, we might be able to monetize this and build on what we do. And long story short, 7 years later, 1.47 million subscribers. We've got multiple live streams with cameras on land we own, original content, produced videos, produced live streams, the whole lot going on. Thanks to the way they built up. So it was all because Mary said yes about putting clips on YouTube. That's where we are here now. And then we're hearing about these people working in the space industry with our streams on their screens at work. Bonkers. I mean, I had to stop for a second there because it sinks in a little bit how that's so cool that is. It really means the world to me, that does. Right, anyway, back to sport. It's gonna break me. This stream is gonna break me, Alex. Cell has gifted a Red Team membership. Look at this. This is why we can do this, because it's support. Glyn has gifted a Red Team membership. Milkran asks, hey NSF, it's been a little while since I've watched the Starship stream. What are the biggest changes that have been made at Starbase? Ryan, here we go. 10-minute answer.
Biggest changes that have been made at Starbase. That's a loaded question. Because like what since when? Like lots of changes have happened at Starbase. At least over the last 2 years, they built a new pad. They destroyed their old one. They're building Gigabay. They've modified the Megabase for Block 3. They had a ship explode at Massey's, redid the entire tank farm. In fact, they're still redoing the tank farm at Massey's. They're building an apartment complex. They're building a whole... the school at Astra. They're building a new school. They're a whole Rio West area where there's a rec center, a restaurant, apartments, houses. They've built a lot. There's a lot that's changed in Starbase over the last couple of years, and they're still going to keep changing. They got a launch site expansion. They're going to add 2. Pad 1's going to look like Pad 2 at some point once they get through building it. They're in the process of sheet piles and some tiebacks right now, so it's going along. Eventually, we'll get another Gigabay. Once this Gigabay's up and running, they'll knock down the 2 Megabays and build another one. It's hard to... Yeah, there's a lot that's gone on in the last couple of years, and that's kind of like it in a nutshell.
Well done.
Plus there's an ASU. Forgot about the ASU on the other side of the Highway 4. That's going to help supply, I think it's almost around 900 metric tons of liquid oxygen a day. Possibly at max, I think around max or so to the launch site tank farm. So, and since we're staring at the tanks here, as of right now, it feels like we're in a hold. I keep seeing the lock subcoolers get really strong and then they die off again. I'm waiting for them to get really strong, maintain that pressure. And, as I say that, there goes both the subcoolers activating.
They heard
you. They heard me. We are likely in prop load.
Yay.
Now. So they should be subcooling a bunch of liquid oxygen and liquid methane at this point. And we should hopefully see frost within the next 5-10 minutes, maybe.
Oh.
So a little bit later, maybe. But...
well, remember, we had the guesses. When we first see frost. Well, no, because chat joined in, so we can go back into chat. Obviously, it's all scrolled off the screen right now, but when this stream's finished, it'll be like archived, and you can replay chat as if it was live, so we can go back and find out who was the nearest. And I will do that. It's not like I've got no life, well, I haven't, but I'll go back after tonight, and I'll go back and look, and I'll find the username for the person who's closest. I will promise you do that. I'll do that, and I'll use that to go to Lindsay and go, Lindsay, in the future, can we do quizzes where there's prizes for quiz questions where we get things right on guesses? I think that'd be cool. I honestly do think that'd be a cool thing to do. I don't know how logistically we can do it, but I'll find a way. I'm sure Lindsay knows how to do it. I'm coming back to you. Oh, maybe Alex wants this one. I don't know. You can defer to Ryan if you want to, Alex. But
Is Alex
why
here?
does ship? What was that, Ryan?
Is Alex here? I don't think Alex stepped
Oh,
away.
did Alex go? Sorry. Well, Ryan, you're going to get this question, aren't you? Why does ship 39 have docking adapters at the top of the ship?
It's got the drogue part of the probe and drogue docking system that SpaceX is going to use for docking with tankers and depots. Basically, they've got the housings there to test them. It's going to be it's basically they're going to see how they fare on ascent, how they fare on reentry, and just kind of test it as they go. Because Block 3 is going to need it to move forward and to refuel and get beyond low Earth orbit and whatnot. So, and to put any kind of large amount of mass beyond low Earth orbit or maybe even medium Earth orbit, they're going to need to refuel. So, might as well start testing them now.
Very cool. I've got my recording screen ready for the first sign of frost. Remember, anyone who's been watching Block 3 testing over the recent weeks will know this happens fast. I mean, once you start seeing the frost rising, you'll realize how fast this happens with Block 3. From the point we first see frost, Ryan, how long has it taken to load this vehicle now? Is it 30 minutes?
Yeah, it's about 30 to load both tanks. You'll see the methane go a little bit slower, but during actual full on prop load, which I cannot wait to see a wet dress rehearsal of this whole thing, they should be loading this entire rocket within 30 minutes. So yeah, I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be so cool, and it's so fast that it takes about each ring you see there is 1.82 meters or 6 feet tall. It takes about 90 seconds to fill that ring. So it's pretty quick.
That's credible. I mean, remember, this is faster than the Falcon 9, and the Falcon 9 for size is literally pretty much the size of the transfer tube inside the tank on Starship. It's incredible how fast they do this. I've always wondered, do they even need to, Ryan? This is a question from me. It just come to my mind. Is there any reason, and could they do it, where they could load Falcon 9 a lot faster as well?
I bet if they really tried to, they could probably load the Falcon 9 in 10 minutes. I wouldn't be that 10, 15 minutes. The thing is, they don't need to.
Yeah.
And not only that, in order to change that fueling rate, which means that they have to test all the new fueling procedures, they have to test all that stuff, they wouldn't be able to fly crew anymore until that was verified. They probably wouldn't be allowed to do NSSL missions either until that was re-verified. So they are sticking with what they got. It works. There's no real reason to change it. Yeah, they could definitely get more out of it, probably, if they really wanted to. It's just the changes would require too much to Falcon 9 as a whole, or at least they'd have to change the tank farm and then certifications, as I was saying, to fly crew and national security payloads would probably hurt them. They wouldn't really be able to do it, so that's why they don't do it.
Yeah, and you don't want to change something without a very viable and very useful reason, because let's face it, Falcon 9's launch cadence and success rate is very high. It is incredibly high. No one's come close to what Falcon 9 is doing as far as cadence and success, all tied in with the reusability. Now, that's the big deal. They're getting these boosters back. They are launching hundreds of missions a year with a stable, horse reference, of about, 18 boosters max, maybe? Something like that. And they're just reflying them. It's what Elon said very early days when he's talking about reusability. Why would you build a plane, fly it from LA to New York and throw the plane away when you got to New York? That's just silly. So that's what the whole point of reusability is. And of course, with Falcon 9, it's the booster that's reused, and the fairings, of course, but not the second stage, not the upper stage. The upper stages don't get reused. With Starship, the goal is to reuse both the booster and the ship, and that is where you get full reusability and full rapid reusability, and that's a whole big another change in the way things are done, to the point that the world's most powerful, largest rocket may end up, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong here, may end up being cheaper for mass to orbit than any other vehicle anyway.
Yeah, it'll likely be very much cheaper than any other vehicle made before it. I am curious to know what that cost will end up being once they really start getting and flying it and recovering it and reusing it. But it'll definitely drive the cost down to not have to chuck an entire stage away. All you're using up is the commodity, so your whatever nitrogen, anything in the COPVs and anything in the main tanks is all you're using, basically. Other than that, you're bringing the whole thing back. So engines, tankage, and which is a huge leap forward. I mean, Falcon 9 was a pretty big leap forward, and it was really, really cool to see New Glenn enter that arena too. I really hope we see a second landing. Hope within the next week or two. Who knows just exactly when they're going to launch? But I cannot wait to see more and more rockets do it, like Stoke landing and Relativity landing. It's the future to reuse your hardware because we've figured out the technology to be able to do that for spaceflight.
Hi to Stephen Charlton's gran. It's in chat. Please shout out to my gran who loves space and super heavy. So your gran loves space, which that's great, but she also likes super heavy. You've got a gran who actually is like, you know what, I like space, but what I really like is the big rocket called Super Heavy, which is the booster of Starship. That's cool. So she's quite a hardcore if you think about it. She's got her own favourite rocket as well. So shout out to Gran for that, because that's a cool Gran. I'll put it on screen as well so Gran can see it. John, Mr. Coffee, has gifted a Red Team membership. Every single stream, Mr. Coffee does that. John, I haven't got you, Mr. Coffee again. John does that every single stream. So thank you, John, because that is you not only supporting us, but you're getting someone to gift a membership for free for a month, which I think is really cool as well. It's a cool way of helping us because you're helping someone else in the community at the same time. And Jeff has become a PadRap member. Welcome, Jeff, to the memberships. More questions. I am keeping a close eye on the status of the screen on the right, because as soon as we start seeing frost, that'll be the milestone. Loading, and I'll have to do a little clip and a little post on X about it. Harry wants to know, does the new deluge system hypothetically allow for multiple static fires in one day, and what would be the recharge time between uses? That's definitely a question Ryan's had before, but let's ask you again.
They should have enough water in there to do 2 runs. I don't know what the recharge time would be. My guess is... Actually, scratch that. We've seen them fire up a deluge at nearly full power within like 10-15 minutes of each other. So in theory, they could do it pretty quickly. The problem is the booster. The booster would need a full recycle after a static fire, unless they were okay with using warmer propellant in the engines to fire it, as I was talking about earlier. But the new deluge system should... I think it should be able to fire at least twice in a row if for some reason they wanted to do back-to-back static fires really, really quickly. They probably could do it.
Very good. Question for me. Here we go. So I'll ask myself. Martin wants to know, Chris, a question for you. Compared to the shuttle days, how do the views, readers on your website articles change now with SpaceX Blue? No, that is fascinating. It's hard, really, because we've grown. So if you go back into the early days, it was a very specialized audience, and it grew from there. And the first big story we had was a power ramp liberation on STS-114. People in chat going, Chris, you're talking nonsense. But no, this is what happened during the shuttle days. They returned to flight after STS-107 Columbia, right? The big issue was making sure that the external tank did not shed foam again, because that's what caused the Columbia disaster. The bipod ramp shedded a suitcase-sized foam chunk at a velocity where it caused an impact on the RCC of the left leading edge of the wing and caused the hole, and that was very bad for re-entry. I'm using my words carefully here because it was a disaster. It was horrendous. I don't like to think about it too much. STS-114 launched with the modifications to the external tank foam, but it still shed a large piece of foam off the external tank. Everyone goes, oh dear, not again. Luckily, it missed the orbiter, or it didn't cause any damage to the orbiter. But we got photographs of the area in question of the tank while it was being built in Mashoud, and it was a repair area where they placed mats on top and repaired the area underneath the mats, and that's what liberated it. It was called a pro-turbulence air-load ramp, and it basically was a big deal at the time, and we got the photographs and we ran it, and that's when we got linked by a lot of the big news sites. We got linked again during the roller coaster emergency egress system for the Ares 1 silly rocket. That was linked by USA Today, and that's what built us up. So the article's built up over time with the readership because we built a readership over time. How would Shuttle compare to today? I would say our biggest hitting articles, as far as numbers go, tend to be SLS, Starship, and Blue Origin. We get good views for like launch roundups. We get good views for normal rocket company articles like Rocket Lab and things like that. The big hitters.
Oop,
yes.
Oop. Oh. I'll do the whole Alex thing. We've got condensation. You can see the. I don't know if I call it steam, but there you go. Condensation rising.
Very good. I'll quickly finish off because I was nearly there. I realised I was going on quite long-winded, but I was nearly there. I would say the interest levels are there big time for SpaceX, Starship, Blue Origin, and SLS Artemis. They're the big hitting figures, so we are getting a lot of views for those articles. Compared to Shuttle, I would say more so, but it's hard to judge because the site's built over time, so we've obviously got a larger audience over time. Hope that answered your question because that was a long answer. But we got to prop loading, so it kind of worked. I kind of bored Booster into prop loading.
It's like, oh my God, Chris. All right,
Yeah,
fine. I'll load prop.
There was no short answer to that. Right, here we go. I'm going to do a little clip. Watch how fast this happens, though. This really is impressive with the Block 3. It prop loads at speed. This will get very frosty very fast. There we go, there's my clip. I just realised I probably clipped my own voice there. That's not great. Right, here we go. Light 12. Ryan, while I write an X post, because I can't multitask to save my life, how about you talk about how they actually prop load it, such as the BQDs, etc.?
All right, so basically, well, let's go through how the tank farm works.
Yeah.
In layman's terms, they are taking propellant out of the storage tanks. So whether it's a CH4 or liquid oxygen, and they are basically pumping it through the main pumps. So for booster, there are 5 LOX pumps and there are 4 CH4 pumps. That is then pumping that liquid propellant into the subcoolers through a bunch of different channels inside the subcoolers themselves, or the heat exchangers. Surrounding those is liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen around there helps bring the temperature of that propellant down to more densify it, which is why we call it subcooling. That is then piped through the lines all the way through into a trench, and then it goes and comes into the mount. It goes into the mount. It's there are 2 separate main valve assemblies. There's one for the liquid oxygen, there's one for liquid methane. Those then go up and go to their separate QDs and go into the vehicle. Now, when they originally start prop load, they'll do kind of a slow fill to start, just to kind of chill down the tank a bit. It brings the tank's temperature down a little bit, and then they'll start a fast fill where they're doing about 1 ring every 90 seconds or so. And this is probably the fastest I've ever seen any rocket loaded. It's just kind of nuts the way they do it. And I can't wait to see a full stack of this, or if they ever try to make this faster than this, because they, in theory, could make it faster.
Alex, you missed my Alex level question earlier. Answer even. I think I talked for 5 minutes about the history of NSF's news sites. So we're into prop loading. Look at this. This is impressive.
It's going quite fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and find a question related to that. I got slightly distracted by just the way the vapors and the condensation is literally riding up the side of the external part of the booster. It's quite impressive. It really is. I don't remember this, Ryan, for Block 2. I don't remember all this kind of condensation, and just maybe because it's loading
there.
faster.
It was there.
Was
Yeah, it was still there. Maybe not. I don't know if it was as much, but also the amount of vapor around also depends on the atmosphere conditions during that day, how humid it is outside, what the temperature is outside. It depends on how much vapor you're going to get off a vehicle too. And a lot of times when there is actual liquid there, you do get more vapor because it's colder than, say, when they detank, and you still see like a bunch of frost on the side of the vehicle, but all that is just water vapor from the outside that's still frozen to the side of the tank because the tank is just cold. There's not actually any liquid in there, but yeah, there's a ton of liquid being loaded into this thing. So any vapor that gets attached to the side of the vehicle, or any vapor that's around the vehicle, is just getting basically condensed and whatnot, or frozen and attached to the side of the vehicle. So,
Alex, maybe you want to take this while watching this vehicle being prop loaded. Exit for support. Serious question. I love these streams. Why is it never discussed how far they are from full ship reusability? You can't refuel without it.
Well, I mean, in theory, you could take the loss of losing the ship all the time, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the first few years of operations, they take some losses here and there with ship returns, right? If people were around like 10 years ago with Falcon 9 reusability, Chris, you probably remember this, that at the beginning they were thinking like, you know, they were going to lose a booster like once every 4 landings, right? Like the landing reliability was going to be like maybe 75%, right? Like, so like 1 every 4 landings, we will have a booster lost, right? And then they started landing and landing and landing. Now it's rare when they actually fail a landing, right? Like it's maybe once every 200 or 300 landings where the landing actually doesn't go right. Or maybe a little bit more frequent is, for example, when they have an issue during recovery, right? When it's already landed, but something happens afterwards. Those things are a little bit more common, which goes to say how more reliable is a landing than the actual recovery process, right? When that sort of thing happens. So the same deal I can think of when it comes to Starship. The first few times, it's actually quite surprising that the first time they actually went for a catch of the booster, they succeeded, right? Booster 12 landing on the chopsticks. That was quite a miracle, to be honest, in terms of how much more incredible it was that on the first attempt that they were able to land, you know, that they decided to land, they actually landed on those chopsticks, right? And then booster 14 and 15, booster 13, it wasn't even its own fault. It was the ground systems on the tower. So the ship, for the landing part, it might succeed. The problem is, how good is that heat shield, right? How good is that is the ship itself in order to be able to refly? I think the booster side of things, reflying and everything, is going to be quite smooth in a sense, right? Probably I've jinxed it now, that side of things. But I do think that in terms of refueling for the earlier part of the program, and by that I mean like the next couple of years, basically, I think it will not be that big of a deal if they don't immediately start reusing the ships. If maybe when they start landing them, they are not immediately reusable, right? Like maybe they need a lot of refurbishment, or they are not even, like even with refurbishment, they are not able to fly them again because it's like super broken or something like that, right? We've seen some of these ships being quite beaten during re-entry, right? But that's the whole purpose. Early on, you want to make sure that you understand what can happen to those ships during re-entry in order to make sure what you have to work on once you actually recover them and start reusing them. And so it's a thing that's actually being discussed to the moon and back, if you want, right? It's just that it's something that we'll have to see what happens, right? It's something that we'll just have to see what actually happens with these vehicles, what they actually do to refurbish and reuse them. But you could, in theory, take the loss of at least the ship. I don't think that the entire thing being expended is sustainable, especially with the 33 engines on the booster. But if you can achieve booster usability, you can probably take a few ship losses here and there.
But you're right, it was a big point SpaceX made, especially drone ship landings. They were saying, look, the drone ship landings are challenging. We will lose a percentage of them we try and bring back, but economically it still is very viable for the ones we do get back and recover and reuse. And they've completely blown out of the water. I remember being on that Elon Spaces, the first one he did, where I was just listening in. I thought I was just listening, right? And he goes, all right, so we'll have Chris Bergin talking. I was like, what? What? It's past midnight. I had no questions. I was going to listen in. And basically, it's because it shows who's on the Spaces. He just put me on as host. So I ended up asking him about 10 questions before, I said, look, let's give someone else a question. One of them was making a point about how they keep on coming back one after the other. And he laughed. He said, yeah, it was almost surprising to him as well, the success rate they've had with the boosters returning back, the Falcon 9 boosters. So it is a big point to make, and I'm glad Alex brought it up because I don't think I mentioned it enough. By the way, while watching Prop Loading, I'm going to get through some more questions. I'm going to thank some more people at the same time. Jeff has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Zach Gubek has become a Red Team member. Aisha has said, I think Artemis 2 Splashdown is the first and last one I'll ever see. Starship is taking over. Not too sure about that. I'm going to bring in another question related to that as well, if I can find it, because here we go. It's from Gabriel. So there's 2 questions in one here. Artemis question, is there a chance of SLS being used a lot more beyond Artemis 5? So Ryan, first of all, I do think we're going to see another splashdown. We're going to see Artemis 3, for example. We're going to see other Artemises. But how long will Artemis with SLS continue? Will it get past Artemis 5?
It depends on whether or not they want to put Orion on, say, New Glenn or Vulcan or something along those lines. If not, then they'll stay using SLS for a while because I know everyone will go, hey, what about Starship Crude? Yeah, that's not as close as you think it is. That is a long, long, long way down the road to get to that point. So basically, you're I still think SLS will be a part of the Artemis infrastructure for a while, even well to maybe even close to Artemis 10. But that's unless they decide to stick Orion on a different rocket at this point.
Very good.
Which, to be fair, I'm gonna flex here, Chris.
Yeah.
Because we interviewed Jared Isaacman, and he believes that Orion might actually be used commercially afterwards. Like, he said, don't be surprised if some of these contractors that we're using right now proposes some kind of variation of the current architecture to launch astronauts to the moon. And that's one of the points, right? NASA wants at least 2 different ways to get to the moon after Artemis 5. Think about how many options there are. There's maybe like 3 of them, right? And so choose the best 2 right now that can at least work after Artemis 5, right? Not a lot of options there, if you think about it.
I can't think how Orion would become a commercial vehicle. I mean, it's a deep space vehicle. That's what it's designed for. If you want to do a low Earth orbit thing, you're gonna buy a Dragon, aren't you?
The Chris deep, as in commercial trips to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
The
benefit that Lockheed has is that, unlike for SLS, it's a private contract. It's not fixed price, but it also doesn't have a lot of NASA things. So this is sort of like little known secret out there, I guess. It's not a secret. It's just that the way that the contract works with Orion is much different than than how it works for SLS. And so technically, Lockheed could commercialize Orion like today, right? For things like SLS and things like that, they will have to change the contract structure, and there were sort of options to do that earlier in the decade, but that never happened. But yeah, I mean, they just need to get reused. Orion is supposed to be reusable, right? We saw how Orion came after Artemis 2 without those the spallation on the main heat shield and things like that. It seems like the back shell, the secondary heat shield, did a lot better than on Artemis 1. So hopefully they can figure out a way of reusing those capsules and then maybe get a different service module or something like that that can do these missions. But yeah.
The thing is you look at Orion. I mean, look what it just did. Like Orion and the European Service Module, it completely flight proven itself.
Yeah.
Like 100%. Like it worked nearly perfect.
Now, if you found a different rocket than SLS, then it's not, I don't know, $4 billion to every launch. Then it's a nice ride, and it's got space there. It's got room for 4 people. So yeah.
I say keep using it for a while, especially if you can find another rocket to put on. Why not use it? I know people are going to again, like Starship and whatnot, but I still think even a capsule that can go to the moon is still incredibly helpful. Heck, like if you really, really consider it, if you were to again build a space station in low lunar orbit, or for that matter, maybe put it in non-rectilinear halo orbit or something, and you just dock Orion to it, and Orion just kind of feeds off and gets powered and whatnot. Orion could be your emergency. Say you had an issue with your Starship or whatever other vehicle you have out in the moon. Orion's your emergency return vehicle. It's proven. It's good. You can send 4 people back on it or something like that. I don't know. It has its use. I think it has its uses.
Yeah, this is a fun one. While we're watching this booster being uploaded, I do see a lot of people asking the same question, so I'll try and cover it all for everybody rather than just click on each one. We don't expect a static fire test. We do expect a spin prime test. That does not mean we're precluding the fact there could be a static fire test. It's SpaceX. You never say no when it comes to SpaceX, but we do, from experience and the way they do these tests on the pad, they usually start off with either a prop load or a spin prime at the most. That's what they do. And they have several days of testing. The reason for several days of testing is because they'll build up towards the static fire test. That's what we all seen beforehand. So that is our uninformed, not guaranteed information that we think it'd be a spin prime test. Let's see what happens. That's the fun thing. We've got live cameras pointing at this vehicle, and we're going to see together what they do. So we'll find out, won't we? Pretty much in the next 20 minutes or so, I reckon. So that's going to be fun. But, Ryan, Cooper Foster 11 wants to know, do you guys think SpaceX will bring back the 60-second ship static fire test, since they couldn't do it on the orbital launch mount? So that's when they had the fun little chair thing they had the booster on while they repaired masses after Ship 36. Now they're back at masses with its own proper static fire stand. Do you think that Ship 39 will undergo a 60-second static fire test?
Nah, there's no reason to. Do your single engine and then do like a 10-second 6-engine static fire. There's no reason to go longer. I think they were only doing that to help solve some of the issues they were running into in the early Block 2 days. I don't think that'll make a return. It doesn't really need to make a return. Maybe they do a 30-second one, but I really don't see the point in doing a 60-second static fire for ship. I really don't.
Very good. Alex, stubby nozzle reference time. Astrograd wants to know if Raptor runs into the same issues as M1D, do you think it'll be viable to run a stubby Raptor? Best nozzle ?
What issues? Oh, is this Astro? Oh my god, I think I know who this is. No, there's not gonna be a stubby Raptor. Okay, look, you should know better than ask this question. So the whole reason they had the stubby nozzle on the M1D engine, it's because it's ablative, not ablative, excuse me, it's not. Radiatively cooled, basically it glows in order to reject heat, right? Sort of like a radiator, like that's the whole point of radiatively cooled engines. So Raptor vacuum, it doesn't use that. It actually has an actively cooled nozzle, and the extension is also actively cooled. Like you can see the extension also has all of these sort of coils and lines of liquid methane that they flow through you cannot really. I mean, a stubby Raptor vacuum thing it's just basically you cut the nozzle and stick just the throat with that, right? Like you would just have the throat. I really don't see the reason why you will do that. It's not really saving you any money at all, because that was one of the reasons for the MVAC engine, and you cut a lot of performance. You also don't have another one of the problems, which is the long duration that it takes to build the MVAC engine nozzle extension. It takes like 3 or 4 days, I think Tom Mueller was talking about. So if you can cut that by just 1 day maybe, then you can make multiple of those in the same period of time, right? And with a rate of, I don't know, like 100 and something launches a year, you kind of need the extra days. Also the niobium alloy that they use for the nozzle extension of the MVAC engine, you don't have any of that on RVAC. You don't have any of the problems that you have with the MVAC engine at all.
Super duper. Stubby nozzle best. Absolutely agree with that. Wonderful looking nozzle. Also saves on materials. What's not to love, Alex? What's not to love about stubby nozzles? Moving quickly on, before Alex answered that, thank you for coming, Padret member. Shoriar1. I can't pronounce it. I'm not going to try. I'll put it on screen for you, though. There you go. Your name's even shout out. Fred, did Booster 18 pop actually cause any delays? At this point, I don't feel that things will be any different. That's probably true because Pad 2 readiness was in play, etc., wasn't it? Because I keep forgetting that Booster 18 won't pop. Masses. I keep forgetting about that. And that's why we're on Booster 19. Originally, Flight 12 was going to be Booster 18. Ryan, fair question there. Do you think that really didn't have any impact on the schedule? Because, let's face it, a lot of things were in place, such as Pad 2's readiness.
Yeah. As of right now, it didn't really change much. S39 is just now getting to do its static fire stuff. They're still doing other testing, so I don't really think it actually impacted much as we thought it would.
More questions about is the static fire a cryo, but this one was a super chat, so I'm going to read it out anyway. We think it's more than a cryo test. We think it could be a spin prime, so that's a bonus. We don't think it's a static fire test, which is like, oh, it's a shame. We'd like to see a static fire test. They are going to do a static fire test at some point during this test campaign, but they have several days for it. So that's what we expect. Is what we've usually seen over history. They'll do a spin prime before they do a static fire test. Different days as well. So we'll soon find out. But either ways, you get to watch this fast prop loading of a vehicle, the Block 3, on Pad 2, which is a lot faster than we saw with Block 2 on Pad 1. So that's fun. At the very least, you get to see that. And at the very least, you might see a spin prime test. I wonder, Ryan, though, will we actually visit? I remember it's hard to see, especially if the deluge fires up. Will we get any indications that you, from experience now, can look out for that points toward the spin prime?
If they fire up the deluge, I doubt we really see much. There's a decent amount of water in that. But if all they do is fire the DSS, then there's probably going to be enough condensation and stuff coming out of the engines from it. Vapors, that's the word. Man, it's been a long day and a long night. But we'll basically see vapors coming out of the trench. And as you can see right there, we have a methane frost line. So there you go.
Nice. We'll like to see. Mike wants to know, with a faster prop load, will that give them a longer hold time if needed on launch day? Alex, do you want to take that first?
Well, I actually think it might actually be shorter of a hold. Might even venture to say that I don't think the hold capability will remain for long, because the hold is just because so the whole reason they are able to hold in the first place for like 15 minutes is because that's how long it takes for such huge amount of propellant to warm up any significantly for the performance to be a problem, right? But if you want the maximum performance, you just don't wait. Like, you just don't even hold, right? You just load this thing as cold as you can. And we've seen that in the transition from Pad 1 to Pad 2, they actually are putting a lot of emphasis on trying to load it even faster and therefore colder and not let it warm up as much. And so it's I will venture to say that maybe even in the future we will not see the hold anymore. Like it's gonna be just like Falcon 9. You load the propellant and you either launch or not that day. Or maybe you have a really long window and can retry again, like detanking the vehicle and then load it in again and retry within the same window. Falcon 9 has not had the privilege of having long enough windows to be able to do that. But if you had a long enough window, sure, you can do that. Yeah.
Very cool. Golden Fluff wants to know, what a username. When do you think Starship will beat the shuttle reuse record of 39? Well, that was second best shuttle Discovery with 39 missions. As you all know, Atlantis was the best shuttle. It's a fact. It's proven. We'll move quickly on. I don't know, actually. Are we talking about ship? Aren't we? I assume we'd be talking about the ship, because that makes sense. 39 reuse of a ship. 5 years? Chat, join in. Ryan, what do you think?
That's a really hard one to answer,
isn't it?
Because I don't know if a Block 3 will make it that far, if it'll be a Block 4. And then again, I don't know how long it'll take it to get that, and that would very likely be either a tanker version or a Starlink version of a ship to be able to hit that number. Which would be fitting if it was a Starlink version or the AI SAT version, maybe that'll hit that number. Who knows at this point? It's going to be interesting. I'm just going to say this. While we're sitting here and watching lovely Booster 19, apparently Massey's is now closed for testing.
SpaceX. Welcome to SpaceX if you're new to this. That is so SpaceXy, as we kind of predicted they would do. How about we test two vehicles at the same time for the same flight? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Let's do that then on a Sunday. Yeah. There's a good chance that Ship 39, its dance partner for Booster 19, as I like to call it, is also going to go through testing. There's no chance that could be a static fire yet. Do we think, Ryan?
It could be an igniter. It could be a single engine static fire. It could be. That's the thing. We don't know. Will they do an igniter test like they did with Booster? Maybe. Will they just go to a single engine static fire? Also maybe. I wouldn't put it in the realm of possibility that they static fire ship today.
Cool. Well, we'll see what happens. But Daniel, speaking of Flight 12, when the full stack happened, how is the Flight 12 coming along? Flight 12 patch coming along? Well, funny you should ask that, because I'm probably leaking. But you know what I'm like, I'm terrible. But when we get to full stack, we will be able to release the Flight 12 patch. And I think it won't be pre-release. I think it'll be straight through, actually constructed. What am I talking about? It's made. There we go. I'll use that word instead. I'm making it sound like a metal print, aren't I? By the way, we do have metal prints in the store. What a segue. I wonder if Jay can show things on the screen. I wonder what I've gone to first. Oh, here we go. Look at this. We've got all our merch. But that's where the Flight 12 patch will go and release. It'll be in our NSF store. But yeah, NSF store is brilliant. We've got new prints just literally the last few days. Look at this from Max. Launch and landing. That was the Cygnus launch, wasn't it, Alex? That'd have been the return to launch site at Stick 40, yeah.
Yep. Yesterday's launch and landing.
Yep. Look at the SLS ones though as well. And when you get a metal print, you help us because obviously it's commerce. You help yourself because you get something extremely cool on your wall. But you also help the photographer as well because they get a cut. So everyone gets something out of that. But the main thing is you get something really cool on your wall. I say that as somebody who's got a wall to the right of me covered in NSF metal prints, and they do look amazing. They really do. I mean, they're not cheap knockoffs. They are proper original content metal prints. You get them in high quality paper as well, but I went for the metal prints because I never did a metal print before, and I've not regretted it since. It's really, really cool. So yeah, our story is great for that, but that's where the Flight 12 patch will be as well. And we do plan to release it when they go to full stack to answer the question. It is done, designed, it looks amazing. It'll be full stack is when we release it to everybody. So that's when it'll come out. There we go. Yeah, I got there. I was trying to find a very natural way of saying it without leaking too much, because I am notorious for saying too much on stream about plans we've got. There we go. Look at that. That's the pin collection as well. Pin collection is really, really cool. So again, the patches, when we get the patches in, we get like a certain amount of them. And once they sell out, they sell out. But luckily we've got the pins here with actual display unit as well, which is really cool. And that's where we've got the patches you may have missed out on because they sold out. We can't get any more in. but you can now still have them in pins. That's very cool. How far away are Ryan from prop loading being complete?
We're within a couple of minutes here.
Well, let's get back to Starship then. Yeah.
T0 is probably going to be somewhere in the realm of right around 2:35, give or take, something like that. So probably within 5 minutes. Waiting to watch the main vents at the tank farm die down, which will indicate that they're no longer subcooling a bunch of propellant for loading. And then, of course, now I'll have to watch Massey's as well.
Well, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes, let's look at Booster 19, right? I think that's the high priority right now. Then we can sort of, turn around and look at Massey's and see what Chip 39 is doing. But yeah, so, I mean, this is one of the neat things of the booster not having any sort of foam or anything like that. You can see the frost grow, and you can see there's like, what, a little bit over a ring to go on that liquid oxygen tank, right? Until it reaches sort of where the vents are located. So, yeah, not long from now until this is fully frosted. Reminder, right? For this kind of testing on the pad, they usually fill up the liquid oxygen tank completely, and then only the methane tank is like a little bit just loaded. They do that for safety purposes because, we've seen what happens when you've got an anomaly on the pad and you've got a lot of methane on board. Actually, not a lot of methane. Chip 36 exploded with very similar load of methane and still was quite a destruction.
Yeah, Alex, just for the benefit of people who may be very new to this, they're probably looking at this going, why there's so much LOX on board and only a tiny bit of methane? Well, why did they do it that way? Why did they not do half and half?
There's the drain.
There we go.
There's the mount drains. So we're close.
Yeah, the clouds there that we can see to the left of the launch mount. Part of the final minutes before the test happens. So yeah, to answer your question, Chris, it's precisely for safety, right? You want that booster to, if it had an anomaly, to have as low of an impact into the surroundings and safety and whatever, right? Like if it were fully loaded, you will probably even need to like evacuate the village, sort of like what happens during a launch, right? So it's one of those things that they really take seriously. You don't really want to have a full methane tank there. It's a lot of methane, more than 1,000 tons.
Very cool. So we're getting closer.
Yes, we should have DSS any moment now. We should have.
Yeah, the detonation suppression system should activate, and then we'll see what happens for a spin prime. Right? There we go. Another vent there from the launch mount.
It should be methane I think it's a methane purge vent.
Yep. But yeah, one of the things that we saw is that when they actually did the static fire test, they fired the deluge. There we go.
There you go.
Detonation suppression system. And let's see what happens.
Well, if it was a spin prime, it was going to be nearly impossible to see with all that water.
Well,
yeah, I didn't want to say anything just in case something else happened, but there we go.
Yeah.
Possible spin prime, shall we go with?
Whatever happened. That's for sure.
Yeah.
It was quite impossible to see.
I mean, we're all expecting the spin prime, so I'm going to go with that from a tweet and go possible.
There's
Conduct
a possibility. I don't know, Ryan. You remember when they did the 10 engines? The first test, the very first test that they did a full sort of like a static fire wet dress, if you can imagine, right? Like a rehearsal of an entire static fire without actually igniting the engines. Was that also a spin prime of the 10 engines?
It could have been.
Because that's one of the things, right?
Yeah.
They fired a deluge on that day, but the other two, so there were 4 different days of testing, if I'm not mistaken, right? With Booster 19, when he came here with the 10 engines.
Yeah.
The first one, they fired a deluge. The next 2, they didn't. And the 4th was the static fire day, and they did, which was an interesting choice.
Basically, this is a repeat of the first test Booster 19 did on this pad, except for it's got 33 engines on board. And they ran the deluge for a bit longer, too. So
yeah. So that's interesting, yeah. Might have
We're going to have a lot of people in chat,
rehearsal.
Alex. We've got a lot of people in chat going, oh no, abort, oh dear. Because a lot of people had arrived thinking this was definitely going to be a static fire test. That was something we were making very clear at the start, that it could have been anything from just a prop load to a spin prime, maybe even a static fire test, but doubtful. So there's no kind of like aborted static fire that we're going with here. We're thinking it probably was a spin prime test, and that's what we're expecting. So that's fine.
Yeah.
So don't get too upset. Don't get carried away. There's a few people getting really upset that it wasn't a static fire test and something had gone wrong. That's not really the right way to represent it at all.
It's part of the process, right? We just said it right now that when they came here with the 10 engines, it was sort of like a progression of tests, right? They did like a rehearsal with potentially that spin prime, right, on that first day. Then what was it first? The igniter testing or something like that? Ryan, can you remind me what they did with? Yeah.
So first test was prop load, deluge activation, which might have also been a spin prime. Second test was the same prop load, spin prime, just DSS. Third test, which was after they took it off the pad for a little bit, put it back on the pad, was igniters with no deluge. And of course, the fourth test was same load again as the other 3, except for it was that 1 to 1.5 second 10 engine static fire with the deluge activation. So it feels like we're building up to that as well. And I also wouldn't be surprised if we had like 2 or 3 static fires worth as well. So probably today was the 33 engine spin prime. Tomorrow would likely be the igniter test, which they don't need the deluge for. They can just run the DSS for that one. And then after that, maybe they go ahead and do a 13 engine static fire with the LOX tank, or they do a 33 engine, then they do a 13 engine with the LOX landing tank or something like that. I don't know. Or they do like a 13 then 33 without using the LOX landing tank. Or they do 3 static fires. There's a lot of different ways they could do this. They could build up to it, or they could go straight to it. We'll have to wait and see. But they are detanking right now. If we look at the methane tanks that are all the way over near pad 1 side, both of those vents are running, which means they are detanking methane and they're running it back and recondensing it back to the tanks. So that's happening right now. So they're detanking, which very likely means that they're going to detank and safe it and look at the data, like they have done in the past. And then they've got 3 more closures. They got closure Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So
we had 10,000 votes, 47% wanted a static fire test, which is why we got some angry new people in chat. Oh, static fire test. We got 37 with spin prime, 16% just frosty. So about middle of the road got spin prime. It's hard to tell, isn't it? Really, to be fair. Maybe SpaceX will put a tweet out. They sometimes do that, don't they? When they do tests, they at least say what happened. So that's kind of fun.
I want to tackle one question that I'm seeing in chat repeated by multiple people. I'm not using the panel or anything, but I'm looking at straight at chat. Do they need a deluge system running for a spin prime? The answer is no. But do they want it? as a rehearsal for the actual static fire, right? Like maybe that's why they run it. They did the same thing when they did the 10 engine static fire campaign, right? Like before that, they had a spin prime. We just talked about that, where they ran the deluge. When they ran the igniters, they did not do the deluge. But then during the static fire, again, they obviously did run the deluge. So no, they don't need that for a spin prime. But it's a nice thing to have as a test, right? As sort of following the countdown and all of the procedures and everything, especially if you're here after a month since the last time it came here to test. So it's part of the testing, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, a lot of people maybe it's kind of cool actually that quite a lot of new people are getting into the first time and obviously haven't got the experience of seeing what the previous test's been like. This is perfectly exactly like the previous test where we've had the incremental approach to testing towards static fire test. It's extremely unlikely from the start they were going to send a booster out, fuel it, and then basically static fire it the same day. The next day after it's been sent out there. Just doesn't work that way. Never has before. So that's not surprising at all. The thing I would say, Ryan, unless I'm wrong here, is the deluge only fired up very, very lightly compared to what we've seen it do. That we expect for a static fire test, at least.
That looked like a normal deluge to me.
All right, fair enough.
It looked vapory, so it kind of looks like they definitely had a SP in there. Which, honestly, I don't know why you would go through all this and not do a 33 engine spin prime. To be entirely honest, that seems like a waste of a road closure, especially a weekend road closure. And they ran it for about as long as they can run it for. So they'll be able to get some of that water back, and then of course I think they actually have water trucks even waiting. So they'll fill that up and over the next couple of days and get it ready for a static fire test, hopefully within a couple of days. But tomorrow is very likely to be a massive igniter test and a prop load. So they're taking it one step at a time, which, I mean, as much as we all want to see a static fire, I am glad they are taking their time with this. I don't want them to rush. The last time they rushed into it with a new vehicle, a new pad, to a 33 engine spin prime, we had our spin boom with Booster 7. I don't really want that.
Apparently a rather active, very arm-wavy account posted about 10 minutes ago that static fire was about to happen. That's why people in chat wondering why there wasn't static fire. Aha, there we go. That explains quite a lot. Yeah. Listen to our streams. We'll help you best we can. Set your expectations accordingly. Benix Cool has become a pad member. Welcome. Very much appreciate your support. Telka Olson wants to know, could the proposed LEO rendezvous with HLS make Dragon a viable vehicle? Then Starship doesn't need to land crewed. What do you reckon, Ryan?
The problem is rendezvousing in LEO is to not only that, HLS then has to be able to get off the surface, and then not only after getting off the surface, it has to perform a burn to come back to Earth, and it can't do it on a free return after the burn. It would have to come into Earth, do a burn, and get captured by Earth's gravity to then redock with Dragon, which I want to tell you right now, HLS does not have the propellant capacity to do such a thing, not even remotely. They would need a refuel out at the moon to do that. And let's see here, even to get it half fueled out at the moon, you'd have to load up a depot or a tanker with like half the fuel and then run tanker runs to fuel that one. It'd be a mess to say the least.
Have we talked about the fact that Dragon cannot support a lunar mission just yet? Like you will need to modify it. I think we talked about this, right? Like even uncrewed, you will still need things like communications far out there, right? Because it talks to TDRS, to tracking data relay satellite system, right? But it will need to be able to also communicate with the deep space network out there, probably a bit more redundancy on communications and whatnot. You've got also the issue that the heat shield is sized for LEO reentry, right? For low Earth orbit reentry. Yep. You could make it thicker because, I mean, the pickaxe, it's basically meant to be able to sustain high speed reentries. You just need to make it thicker, and therefore it will make Dragon a little bit heavier. So that's like without any crew on board, just straight off the bat, you need just simple modifications such as communications, and of course the re-entry side of things for Dragon. That is not to say they couldn't do that, right? But think about the trade-offs for SpaceX. Does it make sense for them to do that sort of thing, right? And propose it to NASA? Maybe it's a thing, right? But whether it makes sense or not, it's a whole different thing. And of course, once you get crew involved, you've got like, well, is it big enough to sustain the people, right? Because yes, you can dock it to HLS, but what happens if HLS is disabled on the way to the moon? Then you need Dragon as your only way back home. And that's one of the things, right? That you can use HLS as a tug to get you out to the moon, to get you back from the moon even, if you had the Delta V and all the propellant performance and everything. But if something happens, the whole reason why Orion is going to the moon is because you're landing on the moon with Orion. It's because it's the crew vehicle that gets you back on Earth, right? And so if you're stranded on the moon, there's no, girl with a tank sort of for all mankind style, right? If you're stranded, you're stranded. You have no way back. And if your vehicle is not meant to come back from lunar speeds and things like that, or not even meant to communicate separately apart from another vehicle, you're quite in a pickle. Basically, Apollo 13 sort of style, right? Where they had that service module disabled and they had to rely on the consumables and everything, propulsion systems and everything on the lunar module side of things. So yeah.
Very cool. Blue Origin. KSP Kid One wants to know, is NG 9x4 a stopgap to New Armstrong? Alex.
I don't think it's a stopgap. I think it's more of a bridge. You can think about it that way. It retains the same 7-meter diameter as the current New Glenn, but it's got more engines, more like a bigger upper stage as well, and a bigger second stage, a bigger first stage. It introduces potentially soon a third stage as well. We've already seen test tanks, by the way, Blue Origin. Don't hide those. So yeah, third stage, right, for New Glenn. You've got a lot of things going on there. You've got the possibility of launching something big to the moon, which for the 7x2, you can launch things to the moon, of course. They're launching the Blue Moon. But the Blue Moon Mark 1 lander, for example, it's doing most of the work itself, right? It's actually launching to mostly low Earth orbit and then does the whole way to the moon on its own. But yeah, a New Armstrong sort of vehicle will have to be something like, 9, 10, maybe 12 meters in diameter, etc., etc. It's a bridge. It's a bridge to that sort of capability.
Ship 39. I saw a chat asking. We were basically just focusing on booster. We were watching Ship 39 in the behind the scenes. If anything was happening with Ship 39, we wouldn't have taken it off the screen. We'd put it back on screen. But there is Ship 39 at Masses. We don't see anything happening just yet, do we? The road is only just closed for the test site, Ryan.
Yeah, so right now the liquid nitrogen vaporizers are starting to get frosty, so they're pressure building the liquid nitrogen side, which means that is the prelude to chill down of like the subcoolers for both the LOX and the methane sides. I mean, to be honest, if things go well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a T0 for a ship thing 2 to 2.5 hours from now. We'll have to see when the LOX box fan starts, but once that really gets going, that's about an hour out until a T0 or something, or at least until prop load. So we might see that box fan in about an hour.
Who wants to see a bunch of replays of venting and lots of smoke and a bit of water? Jay has got replays for us, Jay. Oh,
it's Vandenberg.
Amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, not a lot to see there, is there?
No, the LOX drain vent kind of covered the trench exit right there.
We should make this a highlight video. Look at all the clouds.
Put it up as like the There's YouTube channels that have the fireplace like with music and everything.
Yeah.
Just put that up with just clouds.
Inventing sounds.
Yeah, clouds. Oh, you know what? That actually might be kind of cool. Clouds inventing sounds. Yeah. There's the deluge running. You can see how. I just want to say this. You could see how brown some of the deluge water is. The inside of those tanks are not necessarily that clean. Yeah, it's kind of dirty water, but it's potable though. Just to let you know, if you didn't know.
A lot of people in chat asking static fire tomorrow? Question mark. There's every chance, but I want to point out the caveat while watching this replay. This replay, by the way, people don't read the screen. They'll go, "Is this live?" Left hand side is replay, right hand side is live. People asking about static fire test. They could easily do a static fire test tomorrow, and it doesn't necessarily mean all 33 engines. They could easily do a staggered static fire test where they do a static fire test of a ring or a subset of engines, then recycle for the next day and do a full 33 engine static fire test. There's lots of combinations in work they could do here. So again, have that in mind for how they do these tests. SpaceX know what they're doing. And obviously the main thing we don't want to see is the vehicle exploding on the pad. Everything else is good.
Yeah, we'll see what we see tomorrow. I've been saying igniters because if they follow what they did last time, but I wouldn't be opposed to a static fire. I not at all. Like and what I want to see too is to test the new autogen systems because it's a completely redesigned autogen system. I actually kind of want to see like 3 engines or maybe like 6 engines fire for like 20 seconds, 20, 30 seconds. Just kind of go and, test the autogen gas tap off. That would be really cool to see, but, one can dream.
Those that did not understand what autogen means, that's the pressurization system. It taps off from the engines.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Autogenous pressurization system basically takes gas and puts it back into the tanks to pressurize the tanks, right? So you don't have to have even more COPVs just for pressurization gas. Shuttle, too,
Shuttle.
Rs-25.
Moon Turder, what a username. Thank you, NSF, for all the coverages. You encouraged us to drive 6 hours to Vandenberg to view them. 7 launches with 3 RTLSs and 3 scrubs so far. That's actually not a bad record. So you've done very well there. But that's great. No, I'm glad you get to see launches in person. That's the trick, isn't it? Mitchell from Canada, look at Chris with all the merch plugs, would make Sawyer proud. Yeah, I've not done any puns, Darva, so I could do some puns to be a Sawyer. Or Sawyer Cronkite. We called him Sawyer Cronkite the other day because he did his little speech, his impromptu speech at the end of the Artemis thing. And he was really good. It was Cronkite level. It was impressive, so we call him that from now on. Tula Games wants to know, would it be possible to put Orion on Falcon Heavy?
Brighton stack.
Orion?
I mean, you could with lots of adapters, but you will only launch that to low Earth orbit, right? Because it doesn't have the margins to launch it to the moon. But we were talking about this before, right? If you have a vehicle that can send it to the moon, then Orion is plenty capable of returning from the moon, have communications and everything. Maybe needs to work on the toilet, right? But it's shown that as long as you have a vehicle that can throw Orion to translunar injection, it can do the thing, right? There's this whole thing out there of like, it cannot enter lunar orbit. It can, it just cannot do all of the lunar orbits, right? Like it cannot go all the way to low lunar orbit like Apollo, but it can do, like, for example, Artemis 1 enter a distant retrograde orbit around the moon, and then it can also return to Earth, right, from such orbit. So in theory, as long as you have a vehicle that can launch it to low Earth orbit, and then some kind of tug, or maybe the lander itself, right, that sends it out there to the moon, then you also have the capability to return.
So I can't pronounce that username. What is the fueling rate in Olympic swimming pool per hour? Oh my word, I don't know if we can rate that. Do we know the kind of like prop load rate, Ryan, for this booster?
I have to go look again. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Someone did the math on it once, in gallons, and I'd have to go I think it was in U.S. gallons or something. I'd have to go try to do that math again, because basically you have to take the diameter of that, the interior volume of a ring, and you know how long it takes to fill a ring. So you have to take the interior volume of a ring, but also on the LOX tank you have to take into the fact that there's also a 3-meter wide transfer tube in there. So you have to take out that volume as well and then do the math. I am way too tired to do that right now. So someone can do that math and figure it out. It's 9 meters by 1.82 meters is a single puck, basically. And then it's, of course, 1.82 meters by 3 meters to subtract a volume puck of the transfer tube. So basically, just do the math. I'm too tired to do it.
Got lots of vehicles on different stacks here. Another one from Gamer Night asking, could Orion fit inside Starship's payload bay?
Yeah.
It could.
How long are the saws again?
You probably need to have them folded. I don't think they fit. I think they're like 10 meters or something like that long each.
Anyway, Orion would easily fit inside Starship. Yeah.
Patrick wants to know, what are the chances that Starship will make it to the moon? Well, if it doesn't, then
we have problems.
We've got problems. Yeah. Remember, this is where the HLS Starship, the ship is the lander. The ship is the actual lander itself. If you look back on the Apollo days, that tiny lander that the 2 crew members would land on, in the Artemis scenario with SpaceX, this is where SpaceX will be landing the entire ship on the moon, and that'll be the lander. So it has to really work. I mean, chances, you're talking about chances, the way you estimate the chances if the Starship program pretty much has a major problem, because that would be a major problem if they can't fulfill their HLS contract. I think the bigger question for me, and I'll ask Alex and Ryan this, is who do you think will be ready first? Blue Origin or SpaceX? Alex first.
Oh boy. For Artemis 3, I think it's actually ironic. I think Starship might be ready first for Artemis 3, because in theory, it should only need 1 launch, right? Just HLS itself. And they're already working sort of on the cabin and everything. Blue needs to modify the Mark 1 lander, right? In order to fit the cabin that they were already developing for the Mark 2. Mark 2 lander is way bigger, right? I don't know how they're going to be doing that sort of thing. I'm really curious how they're going to be working on that. For the landing itself, it's a lot more complicated because both they need to launch a lot of time, basically. More on the Starship side than on the Blue side, but still it's a lot of launches, right? I think for Artemis 3, there's a good chance that Starship is ready first than Blue Moon. For Artemis 4, the landing itself, it's 50-50 there, because it's a lot of things that need to go right for both. I'm going to leave it there.
Ryan?
Yeah. I think Starship wins that one. Kind of agree with Alex. I just about everything he said. I don't really have anything else to add, to be honest.
Well, wish you did, because Max wants to know, what are the consequences if Flight 12 fails? Right, hang on, let's frame this correctly, because failing depends how. If Starship Flight 12, heaven forbid, blows upon the pad, that's bad. That's going to be a major setback. There's no two ways about it. There's no sugarcoating that. There's no like, oh, the test of failure, it's fine. That's bad. That would be a real issue. If it fails during, say, the ship return, something like that, that's not terrible. That's something they can tweak out ahead of Flight 13. It's not great, but it's not terrible. So it's a question of what you mean by failing. I'm going to let Ryan take the question and work it out.
So, yeah, it really depends on how it fails. So yeah, say if the full stack explodes on the pad, well, now you get a pretty damaged pad. The actual infrastructure of the pad, like the structural part, that should be fine. It's mostly just a big fireball, is what it would be at this point. But as in terms of like internals to the pad, to the actual mount and the tower and everything else, it might fry a lot of stuff. A pad fallback, it would probably damage the structure a little bit, but the nice thing is how overbuilt this pad is. And not only that, when everything's closed up, when the QDs are closed in, when all things closed up, it seals pretty well. And if it were to fall back like pretty quickly when the deluge is still running, it would actually put out, especially the top deck deluge, it'd put out a lot of the fireball. But you'd still have damage to the pad, and of course, having a stack fall back, that's a pretty decent investigation, everything along those lines. But like that's basically worst case scenario. If it fails on reentry there, basically you're like that kind of stinks, because you're not going to be able to then catch a ship as soon as you want to. You'll then have to get 40 to do a good reentry, and then 41 to do another good reentry. And as we've seen, based off the FCC license, granted that's just the FCC license, they have to get approval from the FAA to do it. They seem to want to try to go to orbit on Flight 13, assuming 12 works. So, basically, if Flight 12 fails, it sets back the entire program another flight, and if they have more issues, it sets it back even more. A lot of what this program does over the next 2 years rests solely on how this flight does. And that's not like an overstatement or hyperbole or anything. This flight, and not only that, because of how close SpaceX is to becoming an IPO, they're about to become a publicly traded company. They cannot afford a massive failure of this launch. Like just ship failing on reentry, that wouldn't be that bad. But like a failure on ascent or something, that would look real bad on them. They cannot afford that. And there's a reason why they're doing all this testing, so that doesn't happen.
Somebody I'd like to ask, because I'm just going to say random names in the air and see what happens, because sometimes we say a random name on air, they turn up a microphone. Who can we think of? AJ, what do you think?
Wait, how did I get
it
here?
It works. I don't believe it. It works.
I was saying name. I was cleaning my kitchen. What is this? Where am I?
EJ.
Hello.
EJ's gonna take over from me. But while I bring AJ in, thanks for joining us, by the way.
No problem.
The question is, what would you class as a failure for Flight 12? Because they're going to have problems on these initial flights of Block 3. Where do you draw the line as failure?
I would say I'm not trying to reduce this down to its base element, because I know we all know rocket science is more complicated than this, but if it doesn't do what SpaceX says it's going to do, that's the big one. That's the big guy. This thing has to do what SpaceX says it's going to do. If they say we're trying to aim for a soft splashdown in the Pacific, got to get a soft splashdown in the Pacific. It's that simple. Like Ryan, as Ryan was saying, there's a lot riding on this, right? Like,
yeah.
Dude, what's up, Chad? Yeah, there's a lot riding on this. Chris introduced me, and he's like, "No, I'm gone. Bye." So
yeah,
he's like, "No, I'm leaving." No, I'm gonna sub in here. I think everybody is completely emotionally drained from last week, rightly so. So I'm not gonna say that that's not me either, but I'm here, Oh boy. So Ryan, like this, it has to. I was saying, like, it has to do what they say it's going to do, right? Like this. I don't think there's any more room for monkey business. Like, we're doing a thermal protection. No more of that. No. Now is the time to send it right, and make sure it does exactly what you want, and then we go. So
Sorry, answering stuff in the back channel because we're everyone's asking about Massey's here. Because while we have a booster detanking here, we have Massey's closed, and the LN2 and the liquid oxygen vaporizers. I can see some vapors coming off of them. Means they're spooling up, which means they're starting to generate gas. Basically, that is the initial stages of the tank farm spooling up at Massey's. Eventually, the LN2 will, all the primary lines to the subcoolers and pumps and everything will start to get all chilled down. We will eventually see the liquid oxygen box fan vent. So it's more or less LN2 and some LOX that comes out of that, but basically that is subcooler and LOX pump chill down. That takes about an hour, and then they usually get into prop load on the ship. Or a little bit after that, there is a methane reclaim vent we can also watch at Massey's as well with the new Massey's tank farm. That gives I think it's about an hour indication. We only have one data point at this point with the methane reclaim vent there and prop load on the ship, and that was last night. So forgive if we're still figuring this one out because of course this is a brand new tank farm after 36 decided to explode itself. Which was not nice of it to do, but it did it anyways.
hey, it was just showing us a way to not test the Starship, okay?
Exactly. I again, EJ. You remember the video of how not to land a Falcon 9? I cannot wait for the video of how not to test a Starship. Please, SpaceX, we need it. Like the Booster 7 spin boom, the Ship 36 explosion, the B-18 failures, some of the failures during the flight, Block 2 and whatnot. It'd be kind of funny to see a video like that, especially after Starship is already starting to fly a bunch more with payloads. But either way, we are waiting for, at least I'm waiting for the box fan to start over at Massey's. It could be maybe half an hour until that happens. And then at that point, that's an hour till prop load. And then it takes about, I don't think it shouldn't take that long to prop load. From what I saw before, I think it takes about half an hour for them to prop load over there too. Because they can go much faster now with ship as well. So, and we don't know what they're going to do. It looks like they did a spin prime last night. They could do a static fire today. We don't really know.
No, let's be real. That they're jonesing. So, Ryan, just fill me in because I came up here super late today. I actually slept in to try and fix what was left of my sleep schedule after the last week. Did they spin prime this sucker or what?
They did. It definitely looks like they spin primed it. They did a full load, activated the deluge, and I could see a decent amount of vapors coming out of there. I don't see why they wouldn't have done a 33 engine spin prime. That would be kind of pointless just to do another prop load. Just to do another one. They've already done a few, so I'm pretty certain at a 33 engine spin prime, and then, as I said earlier, then igniter test and maybe 2 static fires or something along those lines, which I am jonesing to see. Because I can't wait to see a high-powered static fire out of that pad. We saw the burp of the 1.4 second one, and it basically teased us to how it might look. I can't wait to see the full version.
Yeah, man. Dude, I did see our pictures of them crowning the pad with the booster. Oh man, does it look good. Oh my goodness. The Raptor 33 Raptor 3s just look, dude, that's choice. It looks so good.
It looks amazing. It'll look even better when it rolls out for flight because they still have a bunch of test hardware hooked up.
Mm-hmm.
So that aft will look even better. Which is
that aft though.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful. I love it.
Give a second.
I'm tired, EJ.
No, dude.
I like
preaching to the choir.
So I worked last night, and then I was well, it looks like SpaceX might go ahead and test early today. I
Nope.
was able to get like 2 hours worth of naps in or so like that, and here I am still. I've got a lot of energy. I don't really want to get off because we might see testing at an S-39. I don't really want to miss that.
No.
So
No, we're here.
tonight at work is gonna stink. I'm gonna need a lot of coffee, to say the least.
I mean,
So-
that's the dirty secret. The aerospace industry is run by energy drinks and coffee. Like, let's not kid ourselves here.
And then tomorrow is more testing. I don't know when I'm gonna get sleep, EJ.
Dude, that's why. I mean, yesterday we had the Artemis 2 astronauts homecoming, and I just had that on the television while I was sleeping. And I was hoping I got some of that information through osmosis, right? Like, it's not how that works, but you know what I mean. So yeah, guys, we're just sticking around here, just hanging out. We just saw some testing with the booster, and we're gonna see if we can see some action out at Massey's. I'm gonna just pop into some support that's now in the red because Chris didn't get to it. Chris, what are you doing? What are you doing? We got Mr. 450 here. If Orion is meeting a lander in Leo for future missions, why couldn't something like Crew Dragon be used then? Oh. This question has Alex's name all over it. Alex, are you out there in Alex land or what?
Yeah, we actually tackled a very similar question earlier where it was like, why are we using Orion and not Dragon? It's cheaper. And then I mentioned a few very key items here that Orion is going to the moon not because it's being used to land on the moon or anything like that, right? Like, you don't land with that. Similarly, Apollo CSM was not used to land on the moon at all, even though it was originally that. Fun fact there. But, like, you use it because it's your way back home, right? And Dragon will need a lot of modifications. And it's not a matter of whether it's possible or not. Of course, you can modify Dragon eventually to, so that it can return from the moon. It can sustain itself and a crew without needing a lander and things like that, right? But then it's a question of whether SpaceX will do such a thing, right? Because this is part of we were talking about this right after the ignition event, where they send out requests for information by NASA, right? So like NASA asking companies like, okay, what if we ask you guys to set up a transport system that can get us from the Earth to lunar orbit, and then in lunar orbit we'll use the HLS system to go down to the surface, right? And so it's like, would SpaceX do a thing where it's like you launch Dragon, like a modified Dragon, and use Starship to go from Leo to lunar orbit, then that same Starship sort of goes down to the surface and then go up to Dragon, and then Dragon returns on its own with crew? Like, would that be something that you see SpaceX doing, right? Or do you see maybe then saying, no, we'll do everything with Starship, right? Because it feels to me that it will probably be something like the latter here, where it's like everything Starship. And so, because otherwise, if you were thinking things like, docking Orion, that's a whole different thing, because then you have to be in a partnership with Lockheed, right? EJ, like, it will be sort of SpaceX with Lockheed saying, yeah, let's meet together and do this, right? I don't see that in the future after Artemis 5, right? Going forward, I see that more likely even perhaps with Blue Origin, because they have had a partnership before, and I think they still kind of have a partnership between Blue Origin and Lockheed for the Blue Moon lander. So why not? Why wouldn't they do that? Such a thing for such a proposal in the future. I don't think Starship, an all Starship approach would be ready to go for 2029, right? Like after Artemis 5.
Exactly.
But yeah,
I don't know, guys. After what I saw with Orion over the last week and a half, I'm
Good spacecraft.
Yeah, Ryan, that's it, dude. I am very impressed. Lockheed don't miss. Can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin, baby. That thing is dialed in. Oh my goodness.
Fat Amy is a whole other ball
Orion.
game, but here we go.
Orion.
For those who don't know, Fat Amy is the F-35. Yep. Yes.
Oh my. Took me a second. Dude, honestly, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed with that thing. I think NASA should keep using that, dude. We have the golden spike here, the proverbial transcontinental railroad to get to the moon, you know? And here's the thing, dudes. We're sitting here watching Starship. We're watching the ships do their thing. You know, after Artemis 2, call me greedy. Can we have like both of these? Can we have Orion and Starship go out to the moon?
Can we have everything?
Yeah, it's like my old man told me one time. The only thing better than one crawfish dinner is 5 crawfish dinners. He never said that. I'm not from the South. But hey, it's never enough, right? I want Orion to keep flying. Like, Orion to keep flying. That's right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I am tired. Yeah,
tired. We all are.
Yep. Yep. I'm going to clear the rest of the support while I can still speak straight. Let's see. Philip 1. Philip 1? Okay. All right. Let's go to the question. Phil, thank you for the $10 super chat. What do you got here? After Starship HLS is successful in bringing astronauts to and from the moon, why not then just launch crew on Starship in the first place? Oh, here we go. Dude, it's
okay.
I wonder what you guys were talking about before I got in here.
Yeah,
right?
should we tackle about this? Because there's, you know, we tackled about the Orion thing and Dragon thing, but then there's the option, the all Starship option, right? The problem with that is that HLS itself is not meant to return to Earth, right? Like it doesn't have the heat shield or anything like that for re-entering Earth. The way that you will go around that is you will have like a ship in lunar orbit that then docks to HLS, right? But then that ship will also need to have plenty of performance and plenty of propellant, basically, in order to be able to come back. At the very least, do the lunar escape burn, right? So that it can return to Earth and maybe do like either a straight re-entry down to Earth or maybe like a few passes and things like that. But it definitely is a non-trivial problem, right? To solve, because you still need to land on Starship back on Earth. You still need to solve the problem of making the ship survive the re-entry, make it safe for crew on board and things like that. It's a lot. It's a lot that you have to go through, right? It's not impossible. Like, look, we're not saying here it's impossible, right? Whenever physics says it's impossible, I'll tell you that is impossible. But here I'm saying to you that it's complicated. It's hard, right? And it will take time. It will take a lot of flights. And so it's a trade-off of, do you want it soon or do you want it late but safe, right? Like either soon and risky or late and safe. That's the trade-off there.
Yep. Fast, what is it? Fast, good, or cheap? Pick 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
Right. What do we got? What do we got through the rest of the support? We got Sexy Dork MO. Nice name. I love it. $10 super chat. Potent potables. Yes. Album covers.
Yep.
And the pen is mightier. All right, next. All right. Ship 39 exploding mid-static. Sorry. All right. I need a coffee.
Whose line is it anyways?
Yeah, something like that. I think it was SNL Jeopardy, I think, my boy. All right. Ship 39 exploding mid-static fire. I can't say that I support that name, okay?
No.
Yeah, let's not.
Can we not?
When do you think we will begin to see hardware for HLS begin to show itself? Oh, Ryan, they got to be working on it, right? There's got to be something inside of Star Factory.
I think, and I said this earlier in the stream, I think one day it's just going to happen. A bare nose cone, possibly painted white, with window cutouts for the thrusters, is just going to roll out of the Star Factory into Mega Bay 2 for stacking. That's what I think is going to happen. And everyone's going to go, what the heck? That's HLS. And then SpaceX won't say a word until it's stacked and it's out for cryo. They go, hey, look, it's our first HLS prototype out for cryo testing. It's like,
dude, yeah, you know that's going to happen. They're just going to roll it out. And we're going to go tank watch. All the tank watchers are going to go bananas, right? Everybody's going to talk about it. And we're going to have to fire up one of these Starship, like stakeout, like tank watching streams. And then Elon will tweet like, oh yeah, ship 15 is in the rocket garden or something. That's going to happen that way. It's going to happen. Just, oh yeah, we've been working on this. Why haven't we? Of course we've been doing that. It's like, okay. All right. Yeah, no, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. All right, so we got a little bit more support here. All right, we got Jeff Rishoff here. All right, I'm just making sure that wasn't like a Bart Simpson name. All right, with a $20 super sticker. All right, super. Wait, what? I didn't get the memo. I have 8 different bosses. What is a super sticker? What is that? Either way, Jeff, thank you very much. All right, cool. So if you're popping in, wondering why we're all here, why we're all, spending our beautiful Sunday afternoons with you guys well, we had some booster testing here. We had a ship static fire a second ago. And by second, I mean it was a couple hours ago. It was before I was here. I didn't get the memo. I'm not cool enough, I guess. No.
Static fire?
No, spin prime, excuse me.
I was like, we haven't had any static fire. We've only had
I told you, man. I told you I'm tired. Okay. All right. No, it was a spin prime. Sorry, I'm misspeaking here because my brain is paced from the Artemis 2 mission. I'm not even kidding. Okay, yeah, chat, you broke me. Good. I'm starting to misspeak. That's lovely. Great. Super professional of me. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, guys. So okay, we saw that spin prime, right? And we may or may not be seeing some ship testing here in the future. And by the future, I mean they're jonesing up Massies here, right, Ryan? They're starting to spool some things over there. We're starting to see some churning and bubbling. And at first I thought it was a Mr. Coffee, but I don't think it is.
The vaporizers have been going. We can see the little fan vents that they have for the LN2 are starting to pick up. I can see some vapor coming off of the LOX vaporizers. If I had telestration, I would circle them, but I don't know if Alex knows exactly where those are. And then I'm waiting for the LOX box fan to kick on, which will mean chill down of the liquid oxygen subcoolers as well as the liquid oxygen pumps for the static fire stand, which I wouldn't be surprised if that kicks on shortly. I think it was like 3:05. I said 30 minutes, so maybe it could be in the next 10, 15 minutes, but that's kind of like a guess at this point, because we're still learning the new systems here at Massey's with static fire testing, because they completely redesigned the entire tank farm that is used for the ship's static fire stand. It's not even, none of it's basically the same.
So when you mean nothing is basically the same, did they just erase the whole thing like a blackboard after ship 36 and just build it from scratch, Ryan? So the subcoolers for the LOX side are the same, except for the system is hooked up differently. And the pressure building for the LOX side is basically the same, and then I guess the storage tanks. Other than that, they kept 2 vertical methane tanks. They basically completely demolished the entire methane tank farm. They rebuilt it from scratch, put it behind a wall, put a large horizontal tank to increase its capacity, put larger pumps in there, pumps that are the size at the launch site. They have 2 new subcoolers hooked in. They now also have 4 subcoolers over on the LOX side. They are using a new set of pumps for the LOX side loading. Basically there's 2 pairs of 2. So there's 4 smaller LOX pumps. It's the same type that they are going to be using over at 39A and possibly 37, because we think that they're doing these smaller ones for stands that will do cryo plus like static fire or loading testing or something like that. So they might be doing a combination. We're still trying to figure that part out. It helps control the flow a little bit better to have 4 pumps rather than just 2 pumps. And you're saying these pumps are standardized with the pad now, right? So they're employing the same hardware?
Yeah, it's basically valve skids. They make these valve skids over at Roberts Road and over, I think, at maybe so they make them over at Kennedy, basically. So they'll make a little skid, a little like metal platform. They'll build a valve assembly on it or a pump assembly on it, and then they've been shipping them out to Massey's, to the launch site here at Starbase. That's what's helped build Pad 2. It's what's going to help build more of Pad 1 once it's done. There's a ton of valve skids that they just recently installed for the new methane tanks that they just used today, by the way. So here's a little tidbit. For Booster 19, the methane tanks some of the methane tanks they used for today's test, they did not use when they originally had Booster 19 out like 3 weeks ago. They just recently installed 4 new horizontal methane tanks. They are hooked into the system. All the really old small horizontal ones are going to get removed from the tank farm. Those are now obsolete. They're done with. They're getting rid of them. So they now have...
We don't need them. Little baby pump.
Don't need them anymore. So they've been doing a lot of changes to tank farm stuff, going away from the bespoke setup that they've had in the past to a much more modular design for valve skids under tanks and pumps and everything else. So it's nice to see that shift to a much more modular design. It makes it more like a Lego pieces in some ways.
Well, dude,
it looks nicer. Looks way nicer.
I mean, yeah. I mean, are we sitting here in the year of Jebediah Kerman, 2026, right? And we are seeing the beginnings of an assembly line for launch pad parts. Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yes, basically.
We have an assembly line for launch pad parts. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I was saying a little bit earlier on X.
Which is nuts to say,
right?
Because like usually launch pads in the past have been this very as a bespoke design. Like 39B is a design all on its own compared to like 40 or 41 or 36 or eventually to be 36B. Yeah. We saw the filings for the towers for that.
Yeah, even Blue's cooking too, man. This is great. Please.
And you know, the shuttle pads and all the way back to Apollo and he can come up, but like SpaceX is like trying to make an assembly line for launch pads to copy what pad 2 is, to copy it over at 39A, to copy it at pad 1, then to copy it at the 2 pads at 37, and then probably more pads after that. So just the same design everywhere. The layouts may be slightly different depending on the space they have available. SpaceX has been really restricted with space over at Starbase at what they have. 39A, they had a lot more open space to place stuff. And then, of course, at 37, they have a bonkers amount of room to put things. If they really wanted to, they could probably put 4 full launch pads with 4 trenches at 37 without any issue at all. That's how much room they have at that pad. But hey, there's the LOX box and vent, and a little bit earlier than I thought. So probably an hour for chill down, and then we might be into prop load on ship 39. We will wait to see the methane reclaim vent start. That'll be the next indication. That is kind of, if you look at ship 39 there, and you see those 2 like same size vertical tanks, the methane reclaim vent is a little bit more to the left. Attached to those other 2 vertical tanks. Once that starts going as well, that means they're really into chill down of the methane side as well. And then we should probably be like an hour from prop load of 39. And what a day! Here we are.
I was just saying, Ryan, I was talking on X a little bit earlier today how it is April. What a great time to be a space nut. And I'm not, guys, I ain't just saying that to fill air. We had arguably the most legendary NASA mission in the last 50 years by a long shot happen in the last week. We got New Glenn's on the pad, right? Or at least rolling out to the pad. They haven't shown a picture of it upright yet, but I haven't checked Space Coast Live because I've been asleep. Not even kidding. All right. And then we got double simultaneous booster and ship testing here. Man, this is great. This is fantastic. It's
So
like
much
Christmas
happening.
morning. What's up, Alex?
So much happening.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's kind of nuts to think about it. It's like, we just had a 10-day mission to the moon. And then SpaceX goes, hey, right at the night they come back, hold my beer. Here's both Flight 12 vehicles rolling out for static fire testing.
Dude, this is great. The hits just keep on coming, man. Name one thing you're going to need the rope for, let's go.
Oh, hello. What
our
happened?
camera's being attacked by a bird. Oh, no.
Hey, look, it's the other coast. It's the space coast. Hey, hi.
Did that just happen? Did a bird just attack our camera?
I don't know. Something happened.
I want to believe that was a bird that did that. Okay.
You want to believe?
I want to believe.
I think that was Caesar's camera. I don't know what happened.
Or it was a Caesar. I mean,
it might have been a Caesar.
Yeah, that's good too.
Either way, over at Massey's, another milestone is if you look at it's to the right of Ship 39. Basically, there's a LOX pond for chill down of the pad and as well it's also where the engine chill byproducts will go. You see like a big cloud forming there on the ground. That's basically where that is right now. So chill down is really underway. You can even see the box fan vent really going. So we're gonna get some Ship 39 testing now. To say, last night it looks like we got a spin prime. Today could be a igniter test if it follows in the footsteps of Booster 19, or if SpaceX is feeling a little ambitious, they may do a single engine static fire. Again, we will have to wait and see. There is no indication on what test they're going to do at all. There are zero indications. All we know is they will prop load it, and that's it. What happens after that is what happens. So that's kind of the thing is in the past we could determine what it was based off the prop load. It looks like for Block 3 they choose the same prop load for every test. So it makes it really hard to determine what they're going to do. You just have to wait and see what they're going to do. So I think that kind of makes it more exciting. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, what's going to happen?
Yeah, dude, I'm in. It's like watching a thriller. It's great. What a twist, right?
What a twist.
And then, all right, dude. So if you're popping it on Twitch over there, we sent the stream directly over to Twitch. So if you're over in the Twitch chat, you got questions, well, fire away, dudes. It's over on my Twitch stream, right? So we're double casting over there. I'm just saying this for the people that just saw a live notification suddenly for the stream on Twitch and like, wait, what's going on? I am hosting some tank watching coverage here for NSF. You got questions? Ask us. We're here. I got Ryan and Alex with me. Arguably a cornucopia of knowledge. Sorry, I know it's silent, but anyway. A plethora of plentiful intellect, or I don't know, man. I'm tired.
Something? Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you're wondering what's going on over there, I'm hosting a cast here. Once again, YouTube chat, stay where you are. We're just doing the same thing. I just wanted to clue everybody in over there, tell us what's going on, or to tell you guys what's going on. It's been an interesting couple of days, but yeah, here I am. What do we got, Ryan?
There's the methane reclaim vent running. There you go. Now, the problem is I did not have the time to look back last night at the timings. So I don't know the exact timings, and we only have one data point on when the methane reclaim vent starts to prop load. And I think it's an hour or 45 minutes. I think. I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to go look at our poll or whatever like that. But we're learning this the timings of the new tank farm together here. So I know where the vents are and I know where the locations of everything is. But as for timings and everything, we're just kind of figuring it out together. So.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. So once again, we're, like you said, we're still figuring out those timings, but we definitely see some action over there. Now, Ryan, you were saying like a box fan. What is that? Is it actually like? It's not like the box fan that you go and buy from the dollar store, right? Like, what is the box fan in itself?
Basically, it's a tall rectangular box with two incredibly large industrial fans at the bottom. There's one at Massey's, there's one at the launch site. There's going to be ones over at the other pads as well. Basically, they are taking the LN2 exhaust off the subcoolers as well as the LOX exhaust off the chill down for the LOX pumps and whatnot. They're routing it into this box, this rectangle. And when those fans are on, it draws in a bunch of air, and then that air gets pulled in and goes up and through the box fan, or through the box. And basically you're taking that exhaust and just diluting it with air and dumping it out into the atmosphere rather than trying to dump it out of the ground. Because concrete usually doesn't like cold liquids. It's usually not great for it.
That box fan is in lack of like a percolation pond or something to dump the open loop system for cooling, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Do you
Probably.
Remember back on Pad 1 when they had that blast wall and all those exhaust ports off of the LOX subcoolers, and they would just dump it out into the. We had the grass vent, and they just dumped it out into the wetlands.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically they're taking all that exhaust, chucking it into a box, and introducing a bunch of air to dilute it out. That's basically what they're doing now. They're doing that at the launch site and here. And should be done at 39 and at 37 as well for those tank farms. So it's literally the LN2 even has smaller little fans as well. So they basically do it just to get rid of introduce that. Now, the methane side doesn't have a fan. It has a pressure regulated. It's got an exhaust vent for its subcooler. With a couple of different valves to be able to regulate the pressure of the LN2 coming out of it. It's so that they can it's easier for them to regulate the temperature of, and speaking of the methane subcooler vent, all the way on the left side there. You see that lower vent there? That's the methane subcooler vent. And then next to that one is the methane reclaim vent, and the one all the way on the right is the LOX box fan vent. And then if you see some clouds in the middle, that's their LOX pond next to the ramp. But basically, they are able to control the pressure out of that to be able to control the temperature at which they want to keep the methane at when they subcool it. So that's why it's not a fan, but it's a set of valves so they can control the pressure a little bit better. So
pressure modulation is key.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, guys. We're just chilling here. We're waiting for some action here. If you guys want to talk about anything Starship related, just tag at NSF simultaneously over on Twitch. Just tag at me. I'll see the questions. I keep up with both chats. That's my job as a Twitch streamer. Before everything, make sure you don't get those Fs in the chat. You know what I mean? How do you do, fellow kids? No, I've been doing this for a long time. So ask us questions here. We're here. I got Alex and Ryan with me. Very, very knowledgeable. We'll yep, they started posting Fs in Twitch chat. Okay. All right. Yep. Cool. So YouTube chat, if you want to talk to me, I'm here. Yep, we're here. Okay. Let me just bonk through some questions here. Let's see what we got. Okay, Patrick Space Studio. This is a question that Chris had teed up. Alex, I'm going to throw this one over to you. So, what are the chances that Starship will make it to the moon? I'm going to guess that's a little bit contextual to a conversation, right? Like, is it going to make it in time? Do you think it's going to make it in time? Okay.
You know how I am with timelines.
That's the shortest Alex answer I ever seen. That was the one. That's all I needed to hear.
Yeah. In terms of timelines, I don't think it's gonna make it a timeline. But the chances that Starship will make it to the moon, probability of one here, 100%, right? Because one way or another, at some point, it'll do it. I just don't think it'll.
Whoa!
Look at that!
Whoa! With the booster on?
What?
What?
What is happening?
Water deluge of the top deck?
Just did the top deck deluge with the booster on top. What?
I thought it was like a replay or something. And no, it's happening right now.
I literally glanced back at the look how dirty that is. I literally glanced back and I saw the pressure of the deluge activate. I'm like, wait, what's going on? And then the top deck just goes.
Whoa! So, guys, that's a that system is there to prevent sound from reverbing off the pad when the booster takes off, and it also protects the pad from getting actually obliterated by like 33 Raptors.
They just clean off the frost. Look at that.
Wow, dude. Yeah, you generally, guys, that you don't see. You shouldn't really do that when your rocket's still attached. But I mean,
I
don't think SpaceX cares. Like,
Rocket wash.
just wash it. It's just a rinse. It's a rinse with really dirty, rusty water.
yeah, I'm sure that's good for it. I'm sure those Raptors down there like that. That's I don't know.
So, well,
why
here's the thing. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. All the nozzles on that top deck are pointing outwards, like they were on the plate for Pad 1. So in theory, none of that water should have touched the booster, or at least not much of it. So it should have all just gone outwards. Now, granted, a lot of it may have spilled down onto the clamps and maybe spilled onto the engines and everything like that when the thing shuts off and whatnot. But other than that, actually hitting the booster with a high pressure, it wouldn't do that because it's all facing away.
Can we show the south view, please? I know, Jay, I'm sort of backseat producing here, but I think that it actually took a bit of the frost off.
Yeah, it definitely did. So once again, fellas, that's the system that activates post liftoff. I'm not sure if SpaceX was trying to induce a test there or something. That you generally don't want to do that because, well, I mean, the short answer is that rockets don't like being hosed down with water. Like that's, it might seem like they get really wet at ignition and liftoff, but the reality is that system fires after liftoff. Like
that was so random.
Yeah, that was definitely. That was definitely interesting, right?
I literally glance over because I was about to tell Jay about zooming a camera in on S39 at some point soon, just in case we could see frost forming. And then I just see out of the corner of my eye, I see a pressure release, like near the deluge farm. I'm like, that's weird. And then the top deck just activated. I'm like, what? It's just weird.
So, yeah, guys, in case you're just popping in, we've been sitting here watching Super Heavy do its thing. They tanked the thing. They did a spin prime. Right now, they're just letting the propellants boil off. It seems like they were detanking, but we just saw them fire the top deck sound suppressor on the booster. And it hosed down the side of the booster. While simultaneously, in the top right box, we see them spooling up the tank farm, seemingly. It's a new tank farm, so we're still trying to figure out what's going on over there. But we have simultaneous testing going on here. But SpaceX just decided to hose down the side of that booster. I mean, like, I don't have any other way to say that. That's a little bit strange. All right, I've never seen that before.
I'm just gonna say this. You know how much steam we're getting at liftoff with this thing? Not only the trench, but the top deck. Like, we're not gonna be like we're gonna get that exhaust out the side of the trenches, and then when this thing goes to lift off, it's just gonna be a cloud of steam covering the booster until it finally clears it all, and then we'll see the exhaust. There's gonna be so much steam, or maybe it vaporizes most of the steam completely.
I think it's going to saturate it, dude. We're going to see a big cloud coming out of that sucker, and then it'll saturate eventually. I mean, I'm thinking something like when we saw the static fires on Pad 1. But then again, with SpaceX, maybe they looked at Pad 1 and said, no, we're getting some ablation on the shower head and, even ablation on the tower posts, right? Now, obviously, that doesn't carry over into Pad 2, right? Like, Pad 2 is a completely different design, but you still got that flame bucket and deflector down there, right? So maybe we do see a giant steam cloud. Maybe it's going to end up, I mean, I don't know. I either got something like Pad 1 in my mind where it shoots out a big cloud of steam, and then because steam has it's a saturation point. It can only absorb so much heat. When that happens, it just turns clear, right? Mm-hmm. Either that, or I'm thinking like the B2 test stand, like during the SLS green run, where it's just shooting out. It looks like Niagara Falls shooting out the side, right?
It looks so. I love the top. I love how they have the holes set up and where the most pressure is, because you can literally see it splits the tower with the most pressure on that side, and then you have less pressure on the BQD side. But that's because you don't need to protect the BQDs as much anymore, and the thing's going to go up, and the most pressure is where you want where the booster is going to turn out. So it's such a cool the way they have it all set up, and then of course it'll probably fire again, and maybe a little bit lower pressure for the landing burns and whatnot. I like they did when they caught 12, 14, and 15, but I'm completely forgotten about Ship 39 now. It's like thanks to SpaceX, stop tugging me in different directions.
Dude, it's a good day to tank watch, man. The sun's out. Well, sun's out where I'm at. It doesn't look like the sun's out there.
It's not out there.
But I'm sure it's warm. Yeah, this is, man, I didn't think there'd be this much action today. Okay. Fellas, we are working, so people that are watching, tank watchers, fellow tank watchers, Twitch, YouTube, we are working on a replay. We'll get you a replay of that as soon as it's available. Because, yeah, that's, as far as I can tell, that's a little bit rare. You don't really see them hose down their own rocket. Like, that's not every day that happens. So, when we get a replay, we got the producers in the background queuing up that replay for everybody to see. Because, yeah, that was kind of sudden. We were like, wait, what? Yeah, we got the... I'll bet you, chat. We got that underbody rinse. That's right. Yeah, they paid for it. They paid for the works, dude. Where's the hot wax? You know, like, we paid for the works here. Let's go. So, once again, dudes, if you're just popping in, wondering what's going on, we are tank watching out here. This is SpaceX. This is Starbase. So this is down in the southern tip of Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. SpaceX is doing testing on their booster and their ship. So in the main shot, you see a shot of the booster, and then you got the ship in the picture-in-picture on the top right. We did see a spin prime, so we saw tanking and spin prime of the ship, which means they filled it up with some propellants, and then they turned on all the fuel pumps. I know there's stage combustion, full flow stage combustion. I know it's more complicated than that, but they turned on all the fuel pumps, but didn't ignite the motors a little bit earlier. That's called a spin prime, right? And then they seem to be spooling up the pad or doing some tests with Ship 39 over at Massey's. So we'll see where this takes us, but we did just see a deluge system go off on the main pad, and that's why we're kind of keeping it on the main picture right now.
We'll see. So, and I'll just give a quick primer for anyone who hasn't watched Zach's video regarding the pad 2. His part 2, he talks a ton about the water deluge system. But yes, absolutely fantastic. The 2 trench buckets are one separate system. Those are the 6 large tanks on the deluge system. And then there's the ridge cap, which is sits right below the engines. It binds right between the 2 buckets. That has its own 3 smaller tanks, as well as its own pressurization system. The 6 large tanks for the buckets also have their own pressurization system. And then the top deck has its own 3 tanks with its own pressurization system. So when they go and activate separate parts of this deluge, they aren't taking from the same tanks. They are their own separate supplies and pressurization and they're not really baby raptors, but they're gas generators. They basically burn gaseous oxygen and methane and to create a heater, and then they put in LN2, which then vaporizes, goes into basically a pipe, and then goes into the tanks, pressurizing the tanks. And that's basically what that does. It's just basically a gas generator. It generates a bunch of nitrogen gas at high pressure, because when you take a liquid and instantly turn it into an incredibly hot gas, your pressure is going to go way up. You're going to skyrocket pressure, because when a gas expands like that crazy, you can get a lot of pressure out of it, especially in a confined
It's like a boiler, but for liquid nitrogen. How about that?
Basically. Yeah.
Dude, you're talking about the sound suppressors, right? They're using nitrogen as a pressurant to push the water around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, baby.
They literally ignite the burner in there, dump LN2 in, vaporize it. That vaporized nitrogen then gets pushed into the tops of the water deluge tanks, which then gets pushed through the lines and then out through either the bucket, the ridge, or the deck, basically, at incredibly high pressures. High enough pressures to counteract the pressure of a Raptor engine.
Hey, okay, Alex, Ryan, take a look right underneath the main pad deck in this shot. Is there something hanging there?
There is. There's something.
What is that about? Alex, can you tell me what that is?
I have no idea. It looks like some kind of
Wiring.
wired. Yeah.
The real question is, was that hanging there before?
I think it was. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was.
One of their testing things may have come loose a little bit. It's easy fix. They just get in there. They'll literally lower a little JOG lift into the trench, and then they can fix it overnight. Because I know you saw a lot of water go off, but they have 2 sumps inside the trench, which they can literally pump the water out and whatnot. So, yeah, they try to reuse some of it if they can.
Cool.
It's potable water. You can drink it, right?
Right.
You can literally drink it.
Did you see how dirty that water looked when it came out of either the trench or the top deck? You see how rusty and dirty that looked?
How long had it been that it had been activated? Like a week and a half?
It hasn't been that long since they've last activated it. Those tanks are kind of dirty, I guess.
So you actually, guys, I think. Okay, here's the replay. Watch this. So see it blows down on the left over there. Like that's the system pressurizing, right? Like look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the range on that.
It's going all the way over it's going over the Gateway to Mars sign and onto Highway 4.
Wow. Look at the range on that jet. Do you know how much pressure
wash.
you need to move that?
I think it washed Starhopper too.
Yeah, right. Hoppy got a little bit of a shower there.
Jay's saying we have 8 replays of this, so we'll see multiple angles.
Oh, feed us, please. All right. What do we got here?
Take a look at the frost and how it changes after the test.
Right? Dude, that's a lot of water, man. Oh my goodness.
See how high those water jets are? It's hard to get a sense of scale at how tall all this stuff is.
Like a third of the way up the booster, and the booster is huge.
Yeah. It's a 72 meter tall booster almost.
Yeah.
That's
about 220 feet tall, 22-story building, guys. That thing is as tall as an entire Falcon 9 stack and about 2 times as thick. It's super heavy is no joke. That thing, I mean, with those Raptor 3s in there, Alex, we're putting out well beyond 15 million pounds of thrust. That's almost, it's like 2.5 times the Saturn V, something like that.
Yeah, I think, let me do the quick math here to translate into pounds.
So we're pushing 70 meganewtons, right?
Yeah, a little bit more than that. It should be for version 3, because Raptor 3 is a little bit more powerful than Raptor 2. It's not 280, as some people are saying. By the way, that's the end goal. That's what they want for Raptor 3. And then after that, it's like Raptor 4 with 300 tons or something like that. But yeah, it should be about 18 million pounds of thrust with 33 engines.
a lot of thrust.
Okay, so we should have audio coming on the next one here. All right.
That's all the way from highway too. That's loud.
That's guys, this camera is not close to the pad. I've been woof.
Oh, the mic is CP11, which is close. Yeah.
Jeez. Hey, Alex, you're right. It washed the frost off the side of the booster. You see that?
Yeah, it did.
Yep. I wonder if it's more about direct contact or that the air immediately next to the booster was sort of pushed out by the water. Because that must have an impact, right? I don't know.
Yeah. So, fellas, I got a question over in coming from Kite Numazawa over in Twitch chat. Like, I can't put this one up on the screen, but Kite's wondering, and Alex, this one's going to you because you're the space architecture nerd like I am. What do you think SpaceX is going to do with a Starship if they get it up there for Artemis 3 to dock with? What do you think they do with that Starship? Right? Because there's so much more objectives that they have to do. I mean.
Like after the mission ends?
Yeah, like say that we send an Orion up there, they dock to Starship, everything goes honky-dory. Now SpaceX has a Starship, presumably in, low or high Earth orbit. We don't know the concept of operations for Artemis 3 just yet, guys, but what is that?
Depress.
Hold up.
Booster venting.
Yep.
Depress vent.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Look at the grid fins right above that.
Yep.
That's the
Methane
that's
tank.
depress vent of booster, and we're pretty close to prop load for ship 39. So
See, but we're looking at the replays, we're answering questions, and things happen. That's how it goes.
everything,
It's SpaceX.
everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yeah.
So, for the people that don't know, that is a vent line from SpaceX's methane tank. When they vent down the tanks like that, that usually means they're done for the day. Especially considering how long this depress is. A lot of rockets, guys, use tank pressure for structural rigidity. Starship is no exception. Alex, how thick is the tank wall on the Starships nowadays? Like
About 4 millimeters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah, okay.
As far as we
It's
know,
not too thick, it's not too thin. Yeah, as far as we know, it's somewhere around that.
We're talking
Some parts of the ship, for example, might be slightly thinner.
I think
By slightly, I mean like 3 point something, right?
I
Right?
think I can't remember if the payload is still 3.4. The problem is
Yeah.
we haven't really. We used to see the stainless steel rolls arrive
Yeah.
with labels on them. We haven't seen them in a while. So for all we know, I mean they may be slightly thinner, but I think they're still sitting at 4 millimeters.
Yeah.
And whatnot. So
The point is, right away. So like with the steel that it's got, right, and the stringers and all reinforcements, both ship and booster are fine, right? But as you mentioned, EJ, if you pressurize the tanks, then you can better take the loads, right? Like
Yep.
a Coke can sort of thing, right?
Yeah,
when
exactly,
it's not
that's it.
open, when it's fully
So-
pressurized, it's quite hard to crush it. When you open it and empty it out, it's quite easy to crush it, right? Same deal here. It's a lot easier to, whatever loads you put on the booster or the ship to affect the vehicle structurally when it's unpressurized. But if you pressurize it, then it can take those loads a little bit better. And so, yeah, that's why they also fly like that, with tanks pressurized.
I mean, yeah, they're going to need all the help they can get when all those engines ignite. You need all the rigidity that you possibly can. But once again, guys, like, you got to think about Starship's already made out of stainless steel. You're dealing with a interesting mass fraction, to say the least. I mean, not many people make rockets out of stainless steel except for like Centaurs, right? So
Yeah.
you use everything to your advantage there to try to gain some structural rigidity, because you can't use as much stainless steel as you could with like an aluminum rocket. Aluminum rockets it has a much thicker tank wall with like milled stringers, for instance. Like, the aluminum's way thicker. With the steel, you don't have that luxury. So yeah, I mean, if you're wondering why the thing's been cheeching here for like a couple minutes now, it's because they really pressurize those dang things up to get some structure into that thing. Because you got to remember what's on top of it, right?
Yeah.
And then what's pushing up from the bottom, right? It's no joke.
And then you mentioned Centaur, and then in the case of Centaur, it's actually not stable without pressurization, right? Like, that's the complete sort of extreme of this, where it's like even without pressure, it will crumple, right? Its walls are like 8 times thinner. It's like half a millimeter.
we
Which is
should
crazy.
be into prop load, or very nearly into prop load on ship.
Right.
Right as right as booster depresses, it looks like the subcoolers are starting to really go now.
Cool.
So we'll watch for frost on the LOX tank. It looks like some sun out at Massey's here a little bit. The wind direction isn't really helping. It's blowing all the methane subcooler exhaust across the ship in front of it. So it's not ideal, but here we are. We deal with it. But yeah, we should hopefully see some frost sooner rather than later on ship.
Now, so Ryan, you were talking about this a little bit earlier. They were upgrading the snot out of Massey's after Ship 36 decided to ship 36 int, right?
Yeah.
What is that structure that's next to the ship for the, if you guys haven't watched Tank Watching in a little while since Ship 36 popped, what is that thing on the side?
That is a new truss structure. They built it. It was kind of one of a really, really late addition after all the changes, the other changes to Massey's. When Ship 39 first went out for cryo, they used it to test the forward and aft flaps, as well as they had chopstick simulators attached to it to squeeze the ship, which in fact you could even see the squeezing. I think we have some there's probably clips of it pulled at some point here. I have to go find them again, but you could actually see the cable between the two the chopstick sims, like tension as they squeeze the ship around the payload bay. And it was basically to test how the payload bay would stand against two chopsticks closing in on them during the catch. And then I guess they wanted to test possibly a new drive system or new motor maybe on the flaps. None of that system is currently hooked up to 39 as far as I know. It should just be the QD, as well as the new purge system that goes under the ship aft itself. That's part of the upgraded ship static fire stand after it got fried from Ship 36. And there's a lot of little cool upgrades all over the place at Massey's. Definitely things they probably wanted to do in the beginning and they just didn't, and now this kind of gave them the excuse to do it all. A lot of things are protected in bunkers now, protected behind blast walls, not out in the open. For those who remember some of the flyover pictures from after Ship 36, you can see how mangled everything is. If another Ship 36 event were to happen, they would lose a lot of the lines that come from the fluids bunker to the ship stand, but other than that, pretty much everything else would be safe. They would just have to replace those lines, which that's not really that bad to do. It's a lot easier than trying to redo the entire tank farm.
I mean, that speaks to, with the exception, I'd say, of Block 3 and that pad, so Pad 2, right?
Yeah.
It speaks to the iteration here. I mean, that kind of shows you where SpaceX's goals were in the early parts of the Starship program. Like, obviously, it was, see if you could do the flip and burn at the beginning, right? And then, you get into the flight test 1 to flight test 11. Their goal really wasn't like figure out the pad design. The goal was just get the thing to go, right? Like, now you even see iteration on the pads. You see iterations on the test site. It just kind of speaks to how SpaceX does their iteration. It's not just for the ship. Roadblock's still up there from what we can see. Oh, wait, nope. Guys, breaking news. The sheriff has shifted the car into reverse. The roadblock.
And in my country means road open.
Yeah, so as one testing
there we go.
closure ends, another one is still going. So there you
Speaking
go.
of road closure, road open, they just changed the road closure page, and now it shows primary for tomorrow. So there you go.
And now we have the march of the Cybertrucks to the pad.
No, it's April, EJ. It's not March.
Oh yeah.
March was 2 weeks ago.
I was getting my Cybertruck migratory patterns wrong. That's my fault. Yeah, we have the majestic Cybertruck going down to the pad.
You had long March.
It's not majestic.
Be prepared for long April.
Dude, this April is gonna be. It's already been a long April,
It's
and we
already
still got plenty of action left. That's the best part. This is great.
We still have more testing from these two vehicles. We have New Glenn. We have a Falcon Heavy.
There's another Atlas teed up for another Kuiper mission. ULA put LVOS last night. That launch vehicle on stand means they started stacking.
Yep, that should be
Oh, and
around the
then-
same time as Falcon Heavy, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that'll be a fun sight.
Yeah,
to have
late
the
April.
Atlas and Falcon Heavy there. And then this the unfortunate thing, I guess. Unfortunate thing is this is almost 1,000% not going.
Get ready.
In
ready.
April.
Ready? Ready?
Mm.
Oh, I love you guys. This is
You
great.
knew.
Yep. No, I knew it was coming. We need more sleep. You know?
Oh boy, I don't know when I'm gonna get sleep right now, but it'll be at some point in my life over the next couple of days.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
yeah.
There's no health problems from that, right? No, they're
No,
absolutely,
none,
it's good.
absolutely none.
No, it's fine. Sorry. She need to do it one more time.
I'm
Wow.
waiting to try to see
Fine.
Frost right now.
Dude, look at that. That thing's really going into overdrive.
Yeah, the leftmost is your
So many
methane
popes being
subcooler vent.
elected.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, the popes. Yeah.
Keep going. Sorry, I need
Nice.
Yeah, the leftmost is your methane subcooler vent. The big cloud you see in the middle between the two vents is it's kind of like your LOX chill down pit and all that other jazz. And then the vent on the right is that, of course, that LOX box fan vent for the LOX subcoolers. With them going this strong and having this much pressure behind them, they should be into prop load or at least really, really chilling things down. I'm waiting to try to see any frost right now. I'm gonna have to go back and record all these timings here whenever I don't feel like death or whatever. But here we are. The methane subcooler cloud is not helping. You're not helping. You're blocking my view of seeing frost. Not helping.
Dang wind blowing the other direction.
Yelling at wind.
Ryan Weber yells at cloud. All right, so once again, we're doing some Sunday tank watching here, guys. If you're just popping in, you're just wondering what's going on. We did see SpaceX do a spin prime. They tanked Booster 19 out at Pad 2 at Starbase. They did do a spin prime, and then for some reason decided they wanted to get the Comet wash on their rocket and sprayed it down with the pad deluge system, and then detank the vehicle. But now, just as that's wrapping up over there, and the roadblocks opening up to the pads, we got some action out here at Massey's. We got Ship 39 out there on the test stand. Now, Ryan, I've been on an Artemis 2 kick. I'm not going to lie to you. That thing has all of its engines, doesn't it?
Should have all 6 engines. Yep.
Oh, baby.
3 centers, 3 RVACs.
Now, and those are Raptor 3 vacuums, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's sweet. So, guys, the reason why we're covering this is because what we're looking at here is SpaceX's Block 3 architecture for Starship. SpaceX basically redesigned everything. I don't think there is a common component here with the previous versions of Starship. Any ideas?
Ship is pretty close. There definitely changes here and there. There's heat shield changes. There's raceway changes. Autogen changes. There's certainly changes, but there's a lot of similarities still between Block 3 and Block 2. But they did make a lot of improvements across the board. The biggest changes is booster. Booster's like a clean sheet design, basically. The only thing that's same with it is basically it's a 9 meter diameter and it's stainless steel, and it's got a form of Raptor engines. That's basically where your similarities end. That's how changed it is. But ship. There's still a lot of similarities there. So, I think Lox Frost. I need the.
I'll be honest. I don't know how you can see that.
I think. I'm waiting for clouds to move out of the way.
Kevin, help.
So,
Kevin, move your clouds out of the way.
So for the uninitiated guys, we're looking for frost on the booster. The reason why we're looking for frost on the
ship.
booster, dude, too much, not enough sleep. We're looking for frost on the ship. All right. The reason why we want to see frost on the
frost.
ship.
Yep, definitely locks frost. Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
That means they've started moving propellants into the ship. Now, whether that's for a static fire or for a spin prime is basically a fuel pump test for the ship. We don't know. We got to kind of wait and see, but we're here. We got the popcorn out, hopefully we see some action here. The ship booster, same thing. Yeah, it's close to, no, it's not. I really need to not have my brain be like Elmer's glue right now. Like, that noise, like if you squeeze Elmer's glue and it's like, that's me right now. Like,
man, that sound.
Yeah, that is me. That is my brain right now. So forgive me, guys, if I can't do the unit conversions good. I'm usually good at that. I'm usually good at it.
How am I functioning? I want to ask the genuine question. How am I functioning more than you two? You have both of you slept at all? Like slept around 5 or more hours within the last 24 hours?
Ryan, yeah, I got some sleep. I got some sleep last night.
Yesterday I stayed awake for most of the day, and then, or at least I was awake at 2 or 3 p.m. and then I went to work, came home. I think I have an hour and a half of sleep under me, and here I am. I feel like I'm functioning more than either of you. How's that possible?
Alex and I covered the entire Artemis 2 mission.
I also covered a lot of it too, and I worked.
Brother.
I don't know.
I did 10 16-hour streams back to back, 10 days straight. My brain is not good. Alex was right there with me. He was doing it on and I was in a suit.
That's true.
Jay in the back channel in a suit. I wasn't in a suit for all of it. No,
there is a chance that I completely just kind of collapse after all this.
Yep.
Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
A couple people in chat are saying I'm getting old, and you know what? You might be right, but you don't need to say it, man. Jeez, you don't need to remind me. No, yeah, guys, I'm coming off a huge thing where I covered the entire Artemis 2 mission. I did the whole thing. I only slept when the crew slept, and even then, I kept the stream live because moon mission, baby. And then you know what? When this thing takes its trip out to the moon, if SpaceX going to give us some 24/7 coverage, guess what? We're doing that too. Just saying.
They better. They better.
Yep.
So I want HD cameras off Starship all the way to the moon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, once again, all right, serious note here. We're looking at NASA's test site. This is down at Starbase. This is at the very southern tip of Texas. And what we're looking at here is Ship 39. That's SpaceX's newest Starship. It is out on the test stand, and we're hoping to see some action here. Now, we did get frost lines on the ship, which means that they have started loading propellants. Now, a lot of folks saw SLS get tanked. SLS didn't have any ice on the sides because they have that spray-on foam insulation. Starship doesn't necessarily have that because, different material design. I mean, it's made out of stainless steel. So what they do have is ice buildup on the side of the booster. It's a great indicator to show that they're moving propellants into that thing. Now, Ryan, have we seen that frost line go up? It looks like it's going up.
It is. It's like a couple of rings. It looks like. I think it's at least the bottom section. Is what it looks like. It's almost up to that patch of tiles there that they have. So they're slowly loading it. I guess they're taking their time to load ship right now. I still want to know how quick ship is going to load on the pad, because they have 4 large LOX pumps and 4. They have the same number of methane pumps for ship at the launch site that they do for booster, and they only have 1 less LOX pump. So I have this feeling ship's going to get loaded in 20 minutes, or something like that for a full stack.
So,
but
Yeah, so Ryan, you're saying that Massey's. So we were talking about that before. Massey's has the same type of pump, but what's the difference? Just sorry, this is more for me than for Chad. I just want to what is the difference here?
Oh, the methane side is the same type of pump that's over at the launch site. The lock side pumps are not. They're the same type of pumps that it looks like they're going to be using over at LC-39A. Because based off of the setup that they're doing, because that crane you see there on the right, it's got a drilling rig on it. It's been drilling pilings. There used to be 3 really old, decrepit LOX tanks. They took those out. They're drilling new piles in. There are 2 new 1,000 cubic foot horizontal tanks as well as 2 large vertical tanks. It looks like all those are going to go there, and they're going to increase the capacity. Either they're going LOX only on those, or those are going to be LN2, and they're redoing the entire tank farm at Massey's for the first time since they built the dang thing back in the S25 days. And earlier is where some of those tank farm came from. Yeah, it's old. It's out of date. The layout's out of date. So, but either way, it's not the exact same, but it's close. So they can't load it as fast here as say they could at the launch site because they don't have as many pumps. But it still looks like it's loading relatively fast. I'm trying to see when we first saw the LOX frost. Someone pointed it out. I think that was like at least 6. Actually, wait, really? Was that? I doesn't feel like it's loading that fast. Apparently, all that has been loaded in like 7 minutes. Why doesn't it feel that fast? Yeah. It doesn't feel that fast though. Are we just too used to booster now?
I mean, yeah, well, it's Ryan. It's like what you were saying a little bit earlier. We don't have any like privy SpaceX information. If anything, we're like, hey guys, they're like, no, go away. Like, no, we're not telling you. Like, we have to sit there and watch just like you guys do, and that'll make us better educators when they go to keep doing this in the future, further into the future. That's what I was trying to say. So yeah, this is where I mean, Alex, you got the spreadsheets out, right?
For what?
For timings here?
Oh no, I've not been doing that.
No one does.
Yeah, for this.
No one.
The only time point we have for this new setup was last night, and I haven't had a chance to dissect it. With being at work and now being on the stream and maybe trying to get a little bit of sleep. I just haven't had a chance to look back at the timings, and I haven't been recording this. I'm going to have to go back and do all that. I'll probably try to do that tonight at work to keep myself awake. But basically, we're finding out with everyone what the timings are here because this is the new tank farm. Literally, this is only the second time that this methane tank farm is loading propellant aboard a vehicle. The first time was last night. So
yep. So it's going to take us a second to get these timings down, but there's definitely frost on that thing, guys. If you squint your eyes, you get this what I call safety squints. You can see that there is definitely a white line moving up that ship, which is great.
I'm waiting for frost on the methane tank, but it might be a little minute because they don't put a lot of methane on board these. They'll fill the transfer tubes. And these are and as a reminder, there's a singular transfer tube down the middle, which is the same size it has been on ship for a long time. And that transfer tube is for the 3 center engines, and then there's a separate transfer tube for all 3 RVACs. So the LOX tank looks like the S1C tank for those who've looked at the cross section of a Saturn V. How it had separate transfer tubes for all the F1 engines. That's kind of how Starship is set up here. But basically, they can fill those up, and then they'll basically just kind of fill up there's a little beehive, and then there's the common dome and maybe a little bit more of the common dome. So they don't really fill much methane up on these. At least they didn't do it last night from what looked like a spin prime. And I don't really expect them to do a higher load for a static fire. because I'm not really expecting to, I don't expect a 60. I was about to say a 60 engine, 60-second static fire. There, my brain is not working either. EJ.
I'm sorry. It's mostly me. I've infected you now. That's my fault.
No, I think my tiredness is catching up with me. But
Coffee.
I'm staying here and watching ship because I want to watch ship get tested, and I think that's a methane frost line. Yep. Looks like it.
Oh yeah. So.
Oh yeah, like halfway up the vehicle.
Yep. Squint your eyes real close, guys. Yeah. Alex said about halfway between those two tile like if you look at the two splotches of black on the left side of the ship, about let's say like 2/3 of the way between those lines, you could see a frost line forming. So as Ryan was saying, they don't, even if they're doing like a spin prime test, which is that's like testing the fuel pumps for the engines, or if they static fire, they don't fill up a lot of methane in there. They fill up a lot of liquid oxygen to work as ballast because we don't want to, if they do a spin prime or a static fire, we don't want our static fire to turn into a dynamic fire. Somebody tried that once. It didn't work very well. So they fill the LOX tank up with ballast. So LOX, that's liquid oxygen, and methane is liquid methane. Those are the propellants that Starship uses here. But yeah, definitely have a frost line. Now, Alex, we didn't get to finish this question before. What do you think they're going to do with Starship after Artemis 3?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna be honest, because like you could think, well, maybe they can refill it and be the one that does the uncrewed demo. But I just wish that by Artemis 3 we already have the uncrewed demo, or at least it's already ongoing, like in a parallel situation, right? Like, like if by middle of 2027 and effectively, less than 10 months before the landing itself, there's no uncrewed demo, that will not be great timing, right? Like the goal is to have Artemis 4 within 10 months after Artemis 3.
It's bold.
And so
it's bold.
It's a lot to go through, especially if they need a redesign, right? Or like tweaking things here and there. I don't know. I think I would like to believe that it's just going to be different, right? So what to do with the Artemis 3 HLS? I don't know. Maybe do more testing in orbit. Hey, maybe you do the uncrewed demo before Artemis 3. Then you launch the Artemis 3 HLS, right? And then after the mission ends, you test more things that, might have been a little bit wonky on the uncrewed demo. Why not? Right? Like that could be probably an idea there, but I have no idea. That's definitely something that SpaceX will need to figure out, or just deorbit it and burn up in the Pacific Ocean or something like that. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot of things that they could do, but I'm kind of waiting for NASA to have more of their concept of operations, right? Because, guys, so Jared Isaacman was talking about the other day, he talked about it in a press conference during Artemis 2. They don't know if the Artemis 3 is going to be a high Earth orbit or a low Earth orbit test. I mean, certainly, Alex, if it's a high Earth orbit test, that's going to change I think that would very much change with what SpaceX does with that HLS demo, even Blue. Like, it's that really changes things, right? Because that means that it's a similar orbit to the first orbit that Artemis 2 went into on flight day 1 and flight day 2, right? Doing a prop demo in an orbit like that makes going to the moon not that big of a deal. Now, whether you can get out there and slow down in time is another story. But, yeah, definitely changes things up a little bit. I think we really need to figure out what NASA is doing. We need to figure out, like, once again, it's called concept of operations, or ConOps.
Yeah.
We got to figure out the ConOps for that mission before we can kind of figure out what the commercial customers or the commercial providers, not customers, are going to do with the landers, right? Like,
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if NASA is sort of hoping to see what both Blue and SpaceX do in the next month, right? Because Blue has the upcoming third launch of New Glenn. Then you've got also Flight 12 with Starship, and yes, they are neither of those launches are in support of HLS or anything like that. but their success plays into what's going to happen next, right? Because many launches from now, New Glenn is going to do the launch of Blue Moon Mark 1, that first sort of uncrewed, it's an uncrewed lander, right? And it's also like a smaller version of the one that they are actually using for the first landing, which is supposed to be sort of like a mix in between Mark 1 and Mark 2. So you've got that, and then you've got Flight 12, right? Flight 12, first launch of version 3. Like, you hear Amit, for example, yesterday, talking about how many things are in progress for Artemis 3. He mentioned that, obviously, debuting version 3 of Starship is critical for the agency, right? To ensure that in the future, this version is what HLSs will be modeled on, right? Like, HLS is just going to be another variant of the version 3 ship. And so if it works, then that can give you a lot of confidence on the future of the timeline for HLS. And I think that's probably what's going to dictate some of that concept of operations. Like, I feel if Starship goes well, maybe they will try the high Earth orbit variant, right? Where they go into that higher orbit, and then they, that drives the use of the ICPS on the SLS. Like, that decision drives a lot of things in there, because you probably need a few refillings of the HLS, but not as many as, all the ones that they need to go down to the surface of the moon and all that. Like, maybe 1 or 2, and that's it, right? Like, all of those sorts of things are pending a good flight of both Starship and New Glenn, so that they can advance to a different sort of planning with that mission. And I wouldn't be surprised if before the start of summer we hear some more concrete information about that. Is that the liquid oxygen tank almost loaded?
Dude, she's almost full.
Like they this is fast ship load. They've loaded this so far in like 17 minutes. So yes, I actually think booster will be loaded in 30 minutes and ship will be loaded in 20 minutes when it comes to a full stack. I can't wait to see the timeline for Flight 12 or what a wet dress rehearsal looks like. It's going to be hilarious. Anyway,
and even for
if it's static fire, we'll see it. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
If it's a spin prime, it's gonna be a lot difficult. It's gonna be very, very hard to see it.
A possible T0 could be in like 10 to 12 minutes, give or take. Somewhere along those lines. So basically, they spend the next 5 some odd minutes topping off. They check out systems. We'll probably see the flaps go flappy. Remember that indicator, Alex?
True.
We'll probably see that. And then
do they still do that? Did they do that yesterday?
They did it yesterday. I know that.
Okay.
So we'll see that. And
are the flaps hooked up to the structure? I forgot.
As far as I know, no.
Okay, so nothing is nothing hooked up to the hugging structure? Sorry, I should.
No. It's not. Nothing should
like
be hooked up to that. Just the QD on the QD gantry.
All right. So they're only using that for cryo then, right? Because that was only used as far as I know during cryo.
They only use it for S39. Does it? I assume since it's staying around and all the flat testing hardware has stayed, I would not be surprised if they tested Ship 40, which should be the next thing to come. Well, as soon as 39 leaves, 40 is not likely far behind it. To just say that, 40 will go onto the stand as well, and they may do some flap testing with 40 as well. I don't know, but I know that I think they're turning that structure into a more permanent like access structure because they have a work platform that's like right around the payload bay area. So,
much better than the lifts that they used to use.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, right? I'm going to plow through some support here, boys. So we got Telstar 86 coming soon to Steam. Starship washing simulator with pad deluge DLC. All right, let's go. I mean, Telstar, I'd play that. I'd play it. I'd do it. I'd give it a shot. I'm not going to lie to you. So, Dylan Spicer, what do you got here? This is Prime Tank watching. Thank you, NSF. The new era begins. $5 super chat. Yeah, Dylan, this is good stuff. Thanks, man. We appreciate it. All right, we got S. Bellis 67. What happens to HLS after it delivers astronauts back to lunar orbit? That's another. I'm thinking you're asking like Artemis, like what we're talking about Artemis 4 here now. Ryan, you want this one? What do you think? You think SpaceX is going to try to use it?
Hey, flap testing.
Oh,
Flap testing.
That could be the T minus 10 minute mark, so 440 or so.
yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
All right, hold up.
So you got 10 minutes to answer that.
You got 10 minutes.
My whole thing is like, okay, it goes back to lunar orbit. How much prop does it have left in it? Is if it's got any little bit of prop in it, just burn it and send it out into the solar system from the moon.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
My proposal is
happens.
refuel it and use it again.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Alex. I mean,
Or
see what
refuel
happens.
it and use it again. Either way. Right. Yeah.
The advantage is that, yes, it takes a lot of other flights, yes. Like, you need to refuel first a ship in low Earth orbit and then send it to lunar orbit and everything. But you don't need as much propellant because now you're already in low lunar orbit or something like that, right? Like, you don't need a fully fueled ship in that case. So yeah, might as well have like a second ship or something like that sort of transits in between the moon and Earth that actually has a heat shield, for example. And then you can do air capture and all that, and you don't have to do all the weird thing of like, having to have a lot of propellant margins and things like that. You can just do air captures and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a good question. And then we got Backcountry Bound. Heck yeah, man. Thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. We appreciate you. All right, so we said when they did the flap testing, that was T minus 10 minutes, right, Ryan?
Yeah, that should be around a T minus 10 minute mark, based off of Block 2 era when they were doing that.
Okay, we'll see.
For those who remember seeing S-37 and S-38 out on the launch mount, where they would do the flap testing and static fire. Because I still remember it. We were doing that flap testing. And then, what was it? I think it was, trying to think here. They were doing the flap testing on S-36. And then all of a sudden, the ship blew up. It was like right after the flap testing, I think it was.
Yep, right after it finished.
I was trying to correlate my thoughts right there. That was bad. But anyways, yeah.
Don't worry, I knew what you meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Should be coming up near, the 5-minute mark now, I think.
7
yeah, a little bit over 5 minutes. It's funny because in the ticker below, we've got when the potential spin prime for the booster happened. It's been just 2 hours since then.
Ain't no rest for the wicked, dude. They got a complicated architecture to get NASA that lander. So they got to go. And I think, when actions speak louder than words, message received from SpaceX, I think.
Well, what was it? I think Caesar told me that because I asked if Massey's ever closed, I asked him to tell me. Caesar told me Massey's closed at 2:27 p.m., so it's just before the spin prime. So that tracks. If they had literally just closed it, that tracks from closer to near the test is usually about 2 hours, because it takes them about an hour to really to do the initial spin up of the system, and then the full chill down to the actual stand takes about another hour or so, or at least it takes about another half hour, and then I guess another half hour to load it, and here we are. Like, here we are.
Crazy. So, Ryan, you were talking about chill downs. Alex, you got like maybe 5 to 6 minutes here. Why are we chilling down lines here? What does that mean?
Well,
you on the time. Let's go.
It's basic physics and materials engineering and all that. When you've got something that is sort of an ambient temperature, right, and then you cool it down so quickly to like cryogenic temperatures, everything normally when you cool down things, they tend to contract, right? And what happens is that if you do that too too abruptly, I don't know what will be like too sudden, right? If that happens too sudden, then the material can break, depending on the material. Eventually, if it's too sudden, every material breaks, right? Because there's no material that can really, especially if it's too sudden, that can really take that out. So what you do is you just basically try and get it to the point where it's like you do, instead of like a shock, right? Like instead of being immediate, that change in temperature, you try to chill it down first by flowing a little bit of that liquid through first, so that in like a trickle sort of thing, sort of like when you open the tap just a tiny bit and it's like drops of water, right? I tend to put the example of like, I'm a person that I cannot jump into a pool right away. I'm sorry, I'm not that kind of person. I go like down to the edge and put my feet down and everything in the water and try to get used to how cold it is and all that. Similarly with this, it's trying to get the material down to those temperatures in a much more subtle way, much more smooth way, so that it doesn't really get destroyed by that sudden change in temperature.
Don't want to shock anything, right?
Yep.
Okay. We're so Chad, you're wondering what you're looking at, you're wondering what's going on here. SpaceX has spooled up Massey's here, and we have propellants inside of Ship 39 here. Now, we did see the flaps on Starship start moving around. That was about 4 to 5 minutes ago. So we're just kind of we're going to see what they're doing here. Now, legacy testing from previous Starships, they've done like what's called a spin prime first. The spin prime is basically where they test the fuel pumps. They test to make sure that the plumbing works before you fire the rocket engines. So we're not 100% sure what we're going to see here, but if heritage ship testing is anything, we should see something happen here in the next, 5, maybe 6 minutes. We'll see. I mean, once again, this is the first time we've done tank watching with the Block 3 Starship on the test stand. So, if it's a surprise to you guys, it's going to be a surprise to us as well. So, yeah, we should be closer to like 3 minutes now at this point.
Like 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. All right, cool. Let's.
It looks like things are topped off. We should definitely I don't think they shouldn't be loading anything anymore based off of the subcooler vents. They're definitely died down a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's like a purge vent near the end of this. I know there's a ton of different vents all around this stuff. I know there's a vent that's off of the new fluids bunker, but I don't know if that's going to go before a test or not. I didn't see that last night. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see here. Possibly.
Confirm looks quiet now, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is a good sign. You want to start to spool down when you're getting close to a test.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's keep our eye on the vehicle and the base of the vehicle, especially because that's where the action should be if something big happens. If it's a spin prime, it might be a little bit more complicated to see anything down there, but hopefully we do get to see something. That's the hope, at least.
I'm hoping for single engine, but we might get an igniter. I'm hoping.
We might also see igniter.
I want to see fire today.
I'm kind of
just in the right location and in the right way.
Right.
Yeah.
Guys, the reason why we're not talking is because we're all locked in. We're staring. We're staring at the bottom of that ship intently. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, my eyes will go dry, I think.
Right.
If I keep staring at this.
All right, should be getting up onto the time now. Let's see what happens. Wait for it.
Come on, Ship 39.
Wait for it.
Come Come on, do something.
Yeah, come on, do
Poke,
something.
poke.
Oh,
What do we got?
I had seen something on the left. No, I think it wasn't really.
Yeah.
It was probably
looked like
tank systems.
It looked like one of the vents on the right there kind of chooched for a second, but it stopped, and it looks like it's intermittent at this point.
Now, Ryan, if we do get a test, but one that we cannot see, we should expect like a depress from the ship within a minute or two after, right? Because I'm seeing venting from the tanks. Could that be the depress of the ship?
Unless that's
After a
that.
test?
That doesn't look like a depress. That looks like pressure regulation because it's kind of going in and out, in and out.
And mind you, it's far away enough that it's not like we can really hear much from the vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, something might have happened, maybe, or they're in a hold or something. But I think that's actually a depress because that vent is still going.
Yeah, that the liquid oxygen vents, guys, is about midway up the ship, left hand side.
I see it turning on and off.
Yeah,
So-
it's
Which for a depress, they don't do that. That's a pressure regulation, not a depress, to me.
Then let's wait and see what happens.
so once again, guys, it might be an igniter or a spin prime test, in which case Starship out at Massey's has a flame bucket and it's in the ground and we can't really see it. If there's a static fire though, we will see that. You'll see a bunch of smoke fly out on the left side of the screen because the deflector goes right to left on your screen here. So we're just kind of sitting intently. Like if it's a static fire, we're gonna see it. If it's a spin prime or an igniter, we ain't gonna see it. You know, Ryan, like historically, they usually do an igniter or a spin prime test before they fire one, right?
They would usually do a spin prime, and especially with new engines. And the only reason why I say igniter is because of what they did with I think that's deluge activation.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Because I think I see venting off the deluge tanks.
All right, let's see.
Which would mean it had already ran. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was that was deluge depress. So deluge fired, but I don't know what happened. So deluge did go off because that's definitely the deluge depress off those tanks. So whatever they did, we didn't really see it.
So that means that feeds the igniter or spin prime test theory, I think, at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been the igniters. I know we know the igniters that for B-19 were pretty loud. I don't know how loud they would be for us for 39 this far away. Unless yesterday was just a tanking test and today was the spin prime. But that's also the methane reclaim vent, so they might be already detanking the methane.
So I see a couple people in chat asking what would be an igniter test. Ryan, just clue us in for the new tank watchers out there. What's the igniter test versus a spin prime?
Well, the igniters is, you're firing off the igniters, although we don't really know exactly what igniters they use on Raptor 3, per se. It's certainly not torch igniters anymore, because they definitely don't make the sound that Booster 19's igniters made when they went off. I know some have been thinking possibly acoustic igniters, maybe. Which is basically taking a tuned piece of like a tuned like piece of metal or something, and kind of using it to resonate and accelerate gases to like supersonic speeds and to like auto ignite them and stuff like that. It's kind of a cool concept. It's a kind of a thinking, but we don't exactly know what igniters they use. So they could have done a test with those, or they did a spin prime, and yesterday was a tanking test. Honestly, there's really no way to know unless SpaceX tells us. We think we saw a possible spin prime yesterday, but it could have. But the more you think about it, it could have also been the new purge that goes up into the aft bay of the ship. And with the lighting conditions and how hard it is to see under the ship, it's really hard to know exactly what they did. So. But
Once again,
either way, I'll just say this: the deluge depress vent activated, which means they did fire off the deluge, and the methane reclaim vent is running right now, which means they are likely detanking the methane. So whatever they did it. They're done with it, and they're detanking. So,
Alex, what does the deluge system do? Just like I'm trying to just it seems like we don't have a lot of we have a lot of tank watchers that have been here for a long time, but just in case anybody's new to this stuff, like I'm thinking because probably had some people coming in interested from Artemis 2 wondering what's going on, like why we're sitting here on a Sunday watching this pointy thing sitting there. What does the deluge system do here, Alex?
Yeah, well, it's part of the protection, right, for the test stand. You've got there the flame trench underneath the ship, and whenever you fire the engines, you need protection, right? And the water absorbs all of that heat and pressure from the engines, or at least the great majority of it. The flame trench itself still gets a beating, right? But the water sort of attenuates a lot of that force and energy, and so the little bit that actually hits the flame trench itself, then that can take it, right? That's sort of the point, because if you were to fire those Raptors, it would not be able to take it without the deluge. Now, what happens is that why would they fire the deluge then if they don't static fire the ship? Well, sometimes you do that because it's part of your rehearsal, right? For the actual firing. You're testing all of the procedures. You're going down the line through all of the different countdown events, and one of them is also firing the deluge, right? Like that could be just one very simple reason why you would do that. We've seen that today, for example, with Booster 19. They did not static fire the booster, but by all means, it seemed to be pretty much like a rehearsal of what they will do on a static fire test, right? So maybe a similar thing happened today with the ship. They did a spin prime yesterday, and maybe today was a rehearsal, or maybe they did an igniter test, like Ryan was saying, right? Like there are things that they could have done with the engines that would not be super visible, because again, there's like the ship stand, right? Where the ship is sitting right now. There's also the ship skirt itself, where the engines are sort of covered around and everything. It's quite complicated to see, and also it goes down to a flame trench, and so because of that, it also is much more complicated to see what's going on there. It's much farther away. There's like a billion different things that I could tell you why it's much more complicated.
I mean, it's not like it's rocket science or something, right? Like
it's rocket surgery, yeah.
Yeah. It's just every single like facet of engineering all being rolled into one. Because how much difficulty do you want? All of it, right? Like,
can we? Maybe I'm making a lot here. Jay, can you look at Space Coast Live for a second at 39A? I want to point out something, and maybe Ryan can help me out. Are they testing the Starship tank farm?
No way.
where? Wait, what?
There's venting at 39A beyond
Lord.
where the Falcon 9 pad is.
Oh, please.
Dear Lord, everything.
And it's sort of where they have the tank
Right.
farm stuff. You see there where the transporter vector is? You see those clouds coming up?
Oh, yeah.
Are
So,
they testing the tank farm for Starship at 39A?
geez, they might be.
I'm trying to think. Stand by. I need to grab pictures to orient myself onto where that actually is. Give me a moment.
I think it's in the right direction for the Starship tank farm.
I think
But
it
maybe
is,
I'm wrong.
but give me a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason why I was looking at that, folks, is because somebody was sharing in our back channels that the what's it called, Blue Angels did a flyby of the pad, and in that same picture I was like, wait, what's that? And there was venting over at the Starship pad, and not paying attention at all to the planes, because I was like, wait, that's different. That's not there normally, right? So that made me go to Space Goes Live, and then I saw the venting still going on, and I was like, wait, that's not usually where venting is. Like the pad systems for Falcon 9, the liquid oxygen tank farm is sort of way to the left in this point of view. So yeah, the only thing that will be cryogenic and venting in that direction will be anything related to Starship.
So we are looking. Okay, I'm just trying to get my bearings using some older pictures.
So while you're doing that, on the right we have Starship, and on the left we also
have
all right. No. Jay has the replay here. This is a replay from, we think, seeing the deluge system fire. We got to look in the bottom left here. All right, let's send it. What do we got? Oh yeah, yep, absolutely, dude. Bottom left. Look at that. See, so it's behind those plants, guys. If you look at the bottom left, there's some what
seems press.
Yeah.
Was that the van that I said, oh, or is one after that? Because I saw a van to the left, and it was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was weird to me.
I mean, the other thing that... Go ahead, Ryan.
No, I'm just saying it's really hard to tell, but that venting could be coming from the methane side at 39A.
Oh, you're talking about what's going on at the Cape. So
you got me looking at two different things.
No, it's good. It's good. So that's what I was trying to say. Ryan was going and looking at him right now. He's looking at a map with a tank farm with a magnifying glass, going, where's that vent coming from?
Yeah, they gotta get ready. They gotta get ready that Starship pad for Starship later this year, hopefully.
That could be. I mean, the problem is with our angle, that covers either the LN2 or the methane side, I think. That could be that main vent in the center, the LN2 tanks. I don't know.
So
they might be offloading stuff, and that's what we're seeing.
I
don't think they'd be actually testing it. They still got a long ways to go before they run that. But they could be far enough along with one side of the tank farm that they're actually able to run liquid through, but just not run it to the pad, which they did a lot with at Starbase for Pad 2. So they might be running liquids, whether it's LOX or LN2 or something. They might be running it through pumps and subcoolers, just kind of running the system.
I see people already going into SEL chat, into the Space Coast Live chat. Hi, Cody. By the way. Yeah.
I don't know. It's really, really hard to tell.
That's why you should keep watching that. You should have it on a different tab or something, and chiming any.
Have it on another monitor.
Or another monitor, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you can afford that, sure.
Here at NSF, we are pros at monitoring the space situation. All right, we are the best. We are the best monitors of the space situation, as you can see what you see on your screen here. So on the right, we have SpaceX's test stand with Ship 39 testing. That's in southern Texas, and on the left, that's 39A. That's Pad 39A at the Cape. So on the right is Texas. On the left is Florida. The reason why we're going, it made some smoke, it did a thing, is because SpaceX is working on a Starship pad at Complex 39A. That's just, like, let's say just down the street from where we saw Artemis 2 take off 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. So, I was often telling people, I got asked a lot during the Artemis 2 coverage, it's like, why aren't they landing on the moon? Why aren't they landing on the moon? Well, the landers aren't ready yet. But on the left side of your screen, guys, you're looking at the pad that's going to launch the lander. So if that thing is twitching, right, we're going to be like, huh? What? Hey, hello, hey, how you doing? You know, like
I still want to add that the caveat into this is that the 39A pad is still about 6 months behind Pad 2 at Starbase. There's still a ton of tanks that need to be delivered and installed. They need to finish installing the hoods. There's still a lot of service structures work to install. They need to bring the IB proof in or build a new one and test all the clamps. They still have to water bag test the sticks. I know they have at least. I think they might have an actuator installed. They might have lifted one a little while ago. There's still a ton of work to be finished on this pad before it launches anything. So I just want to put that caveat in there. Hopefully it'll be ready to go by the end of the year, but of course we have to wait and see. And then of course it needs a vehicle, and Starbase is the one that has to build them because they can't build them at the Cape right now, not yet. They don't have a factory there, so
We're working on it. They're working on it. Rome wasn't built in a day, but Pad 2 was. Oh, no.
Yeah, that could be the lock side running, and they're running the pumps that they've got installed. It's possible that they're doing that. It depends on how hooked up it is. But of course, the only images we usually get these days are maybe SAT images or anything, or really low angle, long range, low angle flyover shots, which kind of makes it hard to distinguish some things sometimes. But and we haven't had a Falcon launch at 39A in a while to give us a view of it. So hopefully that changes in 2 weeks.
All right. Yeah. So if you've been watching Tank Watching with us here. We've been covering what SpaceX is doing with Booster 19 and Ship 39 down at their Texas testing and launch site that colloquially known as Starbase. Oh man, I nailed it on the second try. That's sweet. Colloquially. All right. So we've been watching them do some testing down there. They did do some testing with the booster a little bit earlier in the day at 2:30 local time, and now 4:30. Well, it was about 4:45 when we saw that deluge test go off, something like that. They did do some testing with the booster as well.
Looks like a pair of spin primes is what it looks like it might have been.
Yeah, that's my guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Hopefully, maybe tomorrow's doubleheader, if they do a doubleheader again, maybe tomorrow is igniters on both. And then the day after that, maybe it's like a 13 engine and then a single engine static fire. And then maybe after that, the double header is a 33 engine and a 6 engine static fire. Maybe we're just going to get double headers for the rest of the time going through. And the extra test that 39 did was the commissioning of the methane tank farm, like with Booster 19 the original time around. So I don't know. I'd be totally fine with these double headers, but that's some long streams, possibly.
Well, that's what we do here at NSF. If you're wondering, guys, our time with you here is closing down because I can't think straight. I'm not going to lie to you. But if you want to keep watching the action, we do have live channels. We do post about any action that you might see on social media, right? We're out there on X. We're out there on, we obviously have the YouTube. LSR has all the socials. He brings up the social game, Instagram, Facebook. We got all the good stuff up there. We'll tell you about what's going on, or if you want to watch this live, you want to just do your own tank watching without hearing my annoying voice, you can do that on with Space Coast Live. We have Space Coast Live, we have Starbase Live, we have McGregor Live. So Space Coast is whatever's going down at the Cape Canaveral, right? Starbase is what you see on the screen, whatever's going on at Starbase. The McGregor's SpaceX's test sites, where Alex, I do believe we saw one of those test stands void itself the other day.
Yeah. Thankfully, they have a couple of other test stands with also 2 test stands. So 2 test stands with 2 bays each. So they still have 4 different locations to test. They've gone from 6 to 4 basically. It's not a huge deal in that sense, and they've resumed testing afterwards. So it didn't seem to be that big of a deal in terms of the testing cadence. But yeah, EJ, and I would point out the live stream for tomorrow is already in our channel, so go out there to the live tab and sort of click the notification bell, because when we go live tomorrow, you probably want to be notified.
Yep. So I think that we might be done with action here for the day with the ship. So that is time to wrap. Ryan, thanks for being with us. This was great.
Yeah, pleasure as always. I'm gonna go try to get some food, and then I got
You
to
need
work
coffee.
tonight. So this, yeah, I do need coffee too.
You need coffee. Lots of it.
Yeah, oh boy, it's gonna be a rough one tonight. Let's just put it that way, but worth it. So, hopefully, see
Ready
you
to do
all
it again tomorrow?
What?
Ready to do it again tomorrow?
Sure, why not? Let's go. I mean, why not? We'll see how long I last. Either way, we're gonna have testing of booster and ship for the next couple of days, which is really awesome to say, and it's both for the same flight. So I mean, tune in and watch with us. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yep. And Alex with mad bars and rhymes. Alex, give us a rhyme before we leave, before we wrap. Rap before we wrap. Alex, let's do it.
Mad bars on Mars? Well, take you out to a bar, I guess. No.
Oh!
Stupid.
Oh!
He
Whatever.
did it. Alex, thanks for being with us.
It's so easy when you listen to Rapture. Anyways, yeah, sure. I'll be next here again sometime soon, I guess. We'll see. It's been a pleasure.
You need, and we had Chris B hosting the stream a little bit earlier, and then we have Jay in the back end pulling all the levers, turning all the knobs, and then Caesar out there. He's out there giving us that shot on the left here. Caesar, thank you very much. Anyway, we're gonna wrap this up here, guys. Once again, you can keep watching the live stream, but you can't stay here. So it's closing time. I've been EJ, your host here. Wait, hey, we'll get claims. Don't do it. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. All right. I hope everybody has a great Sunday, great rest of your weekend. Thank you very much for watching, guys. We're done for the day here. We got to be back tomorrow. See you guys. Thank you. And cut.
Good cut.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Following up.
Did he just do a curveball? Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag,
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No!
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.